One of the things we were talking about is, as we mentioned yesterday, just knocking out the polygraph.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that today?
Okay.
Why don't we do that now?
Okay.
We'll get that out of the way when you're done. This is Tammy. Did you meet Tammy yesterday?
No, that's
okay.
the only one.
This is Tammy.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
All right. So then when we're done, we'll figure out our game plan that I was talking about today.
Okay.
Does your dad have availability to use the car if you're going to be here for like an hour or more?
Can you drive?
Oh, he can drive.
Okay.
Yeah, he's yeah.
Okay, and I'll go explain to him everything that's going on.
Okay. He will know where to go, but.
Oh, okay. Well, we can.
Well, the house, he knows how to get to the house, but
okay.
if it's not ready, you can't go in there. But.
Okay.
Does he know how to use GPS on his phone? Or
Yeah, but he wouldn't know where else to go besides my house.
Oh, that's true.
That's
Okay.
just, I can tell him if you get to go to my friend's house, if
Okay.
I'm not sure, if I'm be here for an hour or 4 hours.
Absolutely. You want me to just go talk to him and let him know when the house is going to be ready and all that, and when he can go? Because he can go grab a bite to eat or something, right?
Oh yeah, if everything should be open by now around here. So
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure
well,
he's been flying since 5 o'clock East Coast time, so.
Okay. Why don't we knock this out?
Okay.
I think it's the best thing to do to move past all of this, and then I'll go talk to your dad. He'll have the keys. Everything will be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have his number, so you can call him when you're done.
There's no signal in this place, so.
That's bad, isn't it? That's why I couldn't talk to you earlier.
Yeah, it was.
Between him and me, we'll figure out how to communicate best and get him where he needs to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been getting text messages from a lot of news places.
Okay.
I don't know really
I think that's part of maybe what we game plan today.
Not just here
Everywhere.
Today's show, or I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I think that you certainly can do whatever you need to or want to do. But I think that after we knock this out, we get back to the team and we make a plan.
Okay, so I've been getting different advice, as far as her mom says if it's a kidnapping, then she said not to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm torn of what to do.
Well,
her mom told you not to talk?
Yeah, her mom's saying, because she was advised by someone, like police or a detective there, that if he talks to the media, it might.
Oh, to the media. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were talking about to the police.
Oh no, just the media in general.
Yeah.
Because it's gone. Today's show, Good Morning America, is trying to get a hold of me, my parents, friends. So I just.
Sometimes we release details that maybe the public
they want
doesn't
details
know.
from me.
I know. So
and
that's
why
I'm
I don't want to impede with what's going on here, and put the things out, because I've watched enough shows that say all right, don't put things out there before the police.
Because then you don't know if somebody really knows or if they just saw it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, let's do this. I think while you're doing this, it's going to be completely okay to ignore your phone and the media and everyone, right?
Okay.
So let's get this out of the way. I think it'll really clear your mind a little bit, right?
All right.
So why don't we put a halt on the phone, on texting people, on Good Morning America, all those stuff.
I haven't responded to any of them.
Let's focus on this. Yeah. Let's focus on this. Let's knock it out, and then let's talk.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
All right.
And Grandma, you'll come in. I'll go get you when we're done.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. So go ahead and have a seat right here, Chris.
Sit on this?
Yep, I know. I'll explain what that is here in a little bit, but you don't have to worry. It's not on or anything right now. It's not gonna buzz you or anything.
I've never done this before.
I know. A lot of people haven't had polygraphs before. It's not like a normal thing that people go through. A lot of people, obviously in law enforcement and places like that, they have to go through polygraphs for their job. But other than that, most people never take a polygraph in their entire life. So.
Yes, I have no idea what to expect, honestly.
Yeah. So how are you feeling today?
I'm sick to my stomach, honestly. The first day I thought, okay, she was just somewhere.
Sure.
And after yesterday, all the activity at my house, I didn't know, it went to the other extreme. I've just been sick to my stomach. That's either somebody has her or she's in trouble and the kids are not safe either.
Right. Well, and I think that's totally awesome that you're here today. I commend you. We do this in all of our missing person cases, so don't think that we're just singling you out oh my gosh, they want me to take a polygraph. Anytime, someone was the last person to see people or, it's a missing person case, we start from the inside and we work out. That's pretty much what we do. So I've done polygraphs on the Jessica Ridgway case. I don't know if you were here for that.
The name sounds familiar.
The girl that went missing in Westminster and
okay.
that, yeah. And then just the one that we had in Thornton last year or the year before. So we do this all the time. So please don't think that you're being singled out. This is one way that if you didn't have anything to do with it, that we can let the investigators know, the people that really do need to know, that are looking for your wife and your little girls, to let them know, like, you know what, don't focus on Chris, focus over here, because obviously we've already cleared him, he's good to go. Now focus on the real person that did come through this, you know, to Shanann and the little girl. So, okay. So I am, my name is Tammy. If you can call me Tammy, I'm an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. So it's a CBI. It's kind of like the FBI, but for Colorado.
Okay.
So what our role is, just so you know, is anytime a law enforcement agency or a district attorney's office or the governor needs assistance with a case, they can call the CBI to come out and assist them. So obviously in this, you know, type of case, they're calling in all the resources that they can, which includes me, who works out of the Denver office, and I also do polygraphs. So they asked me if I would be willing to come here and chat with you and hopefully get you cleared up and on your way, because it sounds like that's what you're here for, and that's awesome, because that's mostly what people want to do is like, dude, you're looking at the wrong person. Like, I just want to show you I had nothing to do with this, and then you guys can get on your way and, you know, do your investigation somewhere else. So, because that helps us, because then we don't have to keep focusing on Chris. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. This polygraph today is going to be recorded.
Okay.
Obviously, it would be dumb if I didn't, because what if at the end I said you said whatever and you really didn't say it? Obviously, they could go back and look at the recording. There's a camera right there. And there's also a backup digital recording that I'm doing.
Okay.
It fails me the second I try and trust it. It always fails me. So, so you said that your cell phone, is it off right now?
Yeah.
That would be great, because we can't have anything like buzzing, vibrating, ringing, that kind of stuff. So this will take at least a couple hours to do the polygraph, just because it's a real structured type of interview process. I have to go through a bunch of things with you. You're going to get the same polygraph that I gave someone last week. So it's very structured, and we go, you know, in order and that kind of stuff, and you're going to know the wording to all of the questions I'm going to ask you on the test before we even take the polygraph. So don't, a lot of people come in here and they think, oh, they're just going to, you know, attach all these components to me and then just start asking me random questions that I've never heard before, and of course I'm going to react to that. That's not at all how polygraph works. And
That's what I thought it worked.
Yeah, you're actually going to probably know more about polygraphs than anyone before you leave here today, just because I explain everything to you and how everything works, okay? Obviously, you're probably nervous about taking today's test. Honestly, I would think something is wrong with you if you weren't nervous about coming in here to take a polygraph. Yeah. Even if people are like, I don't have anything to hide, it is nerve-wracking. And I have taken tons of polygraphs, obviously, in my training. I went to 10 weeks for training. I've been a polygrapher for about 5 years. I went to the best school in the country. So I want you to have confidence in the fact that if you had nothing to do with this disappearance, like, we're going to find that out today, okay? I have the best training that they offer in the United States. We use the most validated testing, the way I'm going to ask you the questions. So believe me, if you had nothing to do with this, I will be able to show them that today, okay? So that should give you some confidence that, you know, this is how, like, you're going to be cleared today if you had nothing to do with it, okay? There's actually only, you know, nervousness or anxiety cannot cause you to fail a polygraph. A lot of people think that too, that if they're really nervous that it could cause them to fail. If that were the case, no one would be allowed to take polygraphs, because every single person is nervous or anxious about taking the polygraph, okay?
I thought that's how it worked.
On nervousness?
Yeah.
No. There's actually only 2 ways you can fail a polygraph, okay? The first way would be if you fail to follow my instructions. I'm going to give you a lot of instructions today about how to sit still, how to answer questions, things like that. So if you fail to follow those instructions, you will not pass today's test, okay? The second way would be if you choose to lie to me today. Lie to me today, okay? Obviously, this is about 100% truth. Even if there's, you know, something that you didn't tell the investigators, you know, since Monday, I guess, is when you the police were involved. If there's something that you didn't tell them since Monday, like, that is totally fine. Like, I get it. You know, people aren't going to remember every single detail every time they talk to someone. As long as you tell me what the truth is today, you will have no problem with passing, okay? I promise you that. And obviously, I mean, I hope that, you know, if you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take a polygraph today.
Exactly.
Right? Like, It would be really dumb. Like, you should not be here right now sitting in this chair if you had anything to do with Shanann and the little girl's disappearance. Okay? Okay. And it's Celeste and Bella, is that right?
Yeah, I'll call her CC too.
CC, okay.
If that comes up.
Okay, perfect. So, and I know very small amount about the case.
Okay.
Just because I want to know less about the case, because I want you to be able to tell me about the case. I don't want to have some preconceived notions about the case, and that's why I don't want you to assume that I already know details because you told Detective so-and-so, you know, that kind of stuff. I want you to be able to tell me like you were telling someone for the very first time about what happened when we get into actually talking about what happened, okay? Obviously, Chris, you're not under arrest. I have no plans on arresting you. At any point today, if you decide you want to leave, the door is right there. There is it locks us in here.
Oh, no, yeah, I saw that last night.
So there's a key in there now, so you can, if you just turn the key, it lets you out, okay? And at any point today, even after all these components are attached to you, if you decide at that point, you know what, I don't want to take this polygraph, I don't want to be here, this is BS, whatever, that is completely fine. Just please allow me to unattach my components before you drag my $6,000 instrument on the floor and run out of here. And it's kind of a little maze back here, so I will show you the way out at any point if you decide, you know what, I don't want to take this polygraph, I don't want to be here, I don't want to do this. That is completely fine. The door does have to be shut for privacy just because noise does affect the polygraph. And I will read you your rights today, and that's just because the polygraph components are pretty restrictive. You know, they go around your chest and stuff, and you may feel at some point that you're not free to leave, but like I said before, at any point I will unattach all the components and show you the way out if you decide, even in the middle of the polygraph if you don't want to continue to take it, okay? So, does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you kind of a roadmap of where we're going to go today, just so you know what to expect and that kind of stuff, okay? So we're going to first start by going over a rights and consent form, and that's that Miranda rights form. I'm sure you've heard of it. You know, you hear it on TV shows constantly. Most kids can recite their Miranda rights. We're going to go over that, and again, it's just so that you know you're free to leave and that you're not under arrest, okay? And then we're going to do a consent form, and that's just something that's required by my bosses to say that you're actually consenting to the CDI doing a polygraph on you, okay? After that, we do a biographical and a medical form, and that's basically to make sure that you're a suitable subject to take the actual polygraph. I want to make sure that you didn't smoke, you know, 10 bowls of weed, you know, the night before. I wish that didn't normally happen, but a lot of people smoke drugs before they come in here because they're really nervous and they're trying to calm themselves down. Some people take a lot of medication. Some people hear voices. All of those things are things that I cannot conduct a polygraph on someone if they have those things going on. So I just need to make sure that none of that stuff is affecting you. You seem very lucid. You're talking to me. You're making sense. You know, you're not jittery. You're not moving around, that kind of stuff. So I don't think we're going to have any issues. But I want to vet all of that out and just kind of, you know, make sure that you had enough sleep and you're not, I mean, obviously no one's getting a lot of sleep. Probably since Monday, but just so we can talk about all of that, okay?
Sure.
And then after that, we're going to discuss the issue of why you're here. Okay, I want to know everything you know, and again, I don't want you to assume that I already know something. I want you to kind of start from the beginning and like telling someone, maybe, you know, a friend that you hadn't talked to since any of this has happened, and you're basically having to relay all of the details of exactly what happened with Shanann and the girls, okay? And then after that, we're actually going to take a bathroom break. I'm going to let you take a break. You can use the bathroom, get something to drink. That water there is for you if you need that at any point today. And then you're going to come back in here. I'm going to explain to you how and why the polygraph works. Again, you're probably going to know more about polygraph than you even care to know before you leave here. I'm going to explain how it works, and then we're going to go over the questions that are going to be on the test. And like I said before, you're going to know the words to every single question. So it's not that, and we're going to discuss that even before we even take the polygraph, like what those questions mean, and just so you are completely clear in your mind when Tammy asked me this question, this is exactly what she means, this is exactly what she's asking, and this is the answer that I have for that question. So we're going to go over those. I let you practice answering them like 2 or 3 times, and then we'll go through them repeatedly if you need me to go over them 4 or 5 times, just, you know, before we actually take the test. I'm more than happy to do that too. I want you very comfortable with the questions and that you know what they mean and how you're going to answer them, okay? After that, we're going to go, we're actually going to do a practice test. And again, that just lets me know that you're a suitable subject to take the actual polygraph, and then after that, we actually get into the actual testing.
Okay.
So that's why it takes a long time, is because there is a pretty big process that goes along with it.
Okay. Work.
Yeah. So did you, you're not working today, right?
No.
Do you have a date that you're going back to work?
Not at the moment.
No. How long have you worked for Anadarko?
January 2015.
So,
About 3.5 years, almost.
yeah. Do you like it there?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I worked for Covenant Testing Technologies before that.
And what is
And
that for?
That's a contract company for oil and gas.
Oh,
And
okay.
before that, I worked for Ford for 11 years as a technician.
Oh my goodness. So does that translate into
No, well,
Anadarko stuff?
it's mechanical. I mean, like, I like to fix things. And when I moved out here, I worked at Longmont Ford.
Okay.
And I moved up pretty fast there, but I hit that like kind of plateau that kind of just like I couldn't go, it got stagnant. And I was having this carpal tunnel syndrome in both my hands, and I mean it was bad. Like I was doing this like all day, you know, like it was bad.
Yeah.
So,
you still have that? I don't even know. Can you get rid of carpal tunnel?
oh, like it was just the onset of it. Like
Oh.
it wasn't like full on I need to have surgery type thing, but like now it's so much better. Like it doesn't have the pain. Like there's a lot of mechanical things you do in oil and gas, but it's not as repetitive as the car industry is.
So are you, excuse my language, are you a worker bee or are you like a boss guy? At the,
A little bit of both.
Okay. You have to get your hands dirty too?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I'm a field coordinator right now for the area. We have 6 route operators and 2 rover operators.
Okay.
So that's what I'm kind of just over them right now, and we kind of game plan, like we look on the computer on our well summary screen and kind of go from there to see what kind of problems we might have throughout the day.
Sure.
And just kind of like, all right, this is what we need to do. You go here, there, there. And
Okay.
so everybody's doing kind of middle part of the day, and everybody needs help, and try to get everybody checked out by like 3:30 or something like that.
Oh, that's nice. But don't you go to work pretty early?
Yeah, we start for like 6:30, somewhere around there. So.
That's super early.
Oh yeah, you have to get there early. You just never know what could happen. So.
That's true. That is true. So do you have an ID on you, Chris, that I could see? So I have, the biographical form has some, like, driver's license numbers and that kind of stuff, so I'll just keep this just for a second till I do the other form. Are you named after anyone?
No.
No?
My middle name's just my dad's middle name, but other than that, no.
Okay. If I mispronounce your wife's name, please, like, correct me. For some reason, it is so hard.
Just think of Shenanigans.
Oh, I like that. Okay, I got it.
That's the way she tells people.
Does her family call her Shanann?
So the way they spelled it, it was like Shanann, like with an apostrophe, but she just calls it Shanann. That kind of, she was named after Shanann.
Oh my
That
gosh.
makes,
Okay.
okay, so.
Is it B-E-L-L-A?
For Bella, yes.
Okay.
And Celeste is C-E-L-E-S-T-E.
Perfect. All with the same last name?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So, Chris, this is the advisement and rights form. This just says that Agent Tammy Lee says, I'm an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and I wish to talk to you about, obviously, the disappearance of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste Watts, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and to have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights that I read to you, Chris? So I'll just have you write, I guess, when we get to that. And then having those rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now and obviously go through with the polygraph? Okay, perfect. So what I want you to do is go ahead and answer both of those as yeses, if you still agree with that, and then sign and date that signature line, if you would. Have you always been a Tar Heels fan?
Yes. 15th?
It is, yeah. My son is like a huge Tar Heels fan. I don't even know why he likes them, but maybe because the Nuggets suck. I don't know.
Well, Carl used to coach here too, and he was a Carolina guy.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Do you go to any, like, do the Nuggets play Carolina? North Carolina?
Oh, no, North Carolina is at the college.
Oh, college. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting all my teams mixed up. You're right. Did you go to college then?
No, I wish I did.
You
That was
wish?
nice.
Yeah. Well, where did you go to college?
I went to NASCAR Tech and it's in North Carolina as well.
NASCAR is the name of it?
Man, it was a mechanical school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
It focused on regular automotive and then the NASCAR portion as well.
Oh, very cool. Did you learn a lot of stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Is that like kind of elite mechanical school scope?
It was part of the Universal Technical Institute. Like, it was part of their program plus the NASCAR part, plus I went to the Ford, the FAC program there as well. So.
Wow, that's awesome. Do you have any other nicknames or anything that people call you?
It's Chris.
Just Chris.
And some, like, just random ones at work. Just doesn't make any sense. So.
Like what?
Some call me like Rain Man because like when I go to a site or something, like if I do it once, I'll remember it, and this is one of those things.
Like, do you remember like phone numbers and license plates? And
That stuff I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Though, like when I was really young, my grandma used to always quiz me on like state capitals like every day, and like when I was waiting for my sister to come out from middle school or stuff like that, she was always like just pinging stuff off my memory.
Really?
And it's just like everything. I think that's how it built.
Yeah.
For what it was and what it is.
No doubt. That was your grandma that did that?
Yeah. My mom's mom.
Is she still alive?
No, she passed a few years ago.
Was she pretty old?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Lived a good life?
Yeah, she was.
Good. Were you close with your grandparents?
Yeah, I went over to her house every afternoon after school and helped her out.
Nice.
Being outside, stuff on the inside, and she always cooked me lunch, some German food, kernels and goulash, schnitzel, all kinds of stuff like that.
My first husband was German, so we had German sausage and rice all the time, and then just their German food is just amazing. Love it. So Shanann's legal name is hyphenated?
I've never seen it written that way, but that's the way her parents always said. That's how they did it.
Okay.
Shanann and apostrophe A-N-N.
Okay. It's easier to say it when I spell it out, but because you keep wanting to say Shannon, of course, but a lot of people call her Shannon. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah. Her parents sometimes call her Shannon.
Have you talked to her parents at all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are they being pretty decent and good? Are they coming here?
I'm not sure yet.
Who, like,
My dad's here.
Your dad's here. Is there any other family members of yours coming?
Not right now.
No.
Just my dad came out and just for support. He just got here this morning.
That's nice. What a nice dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is that consent that my bosses require, and this just says Agent Tammy Lee has advised me that she's investigating the matter of, obviously, the disappearance again of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. I hereby say that to the best of my knowledge I'm in good physical and mental health. I also state that no force, duress, or undue influence has been used against me, and that I am consenting to this polygraph interview on my own free will. I understand that the results of this process will be released to, obviously, the Frederick Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, and the FBI. It would be very silly for you to sit in here and take a polygraph if I couldn't release your result of hopefully passing to the people that need to know. Does that make sense to you? And it says, I hereby give my voluntary consent to undergo a polygraph interview, and I understand that this process is subject to both audio and video recording and monitoring, which we had already talked about, okay? So if you agree with that consent, you just sign and date it. So where did you stay last night? Because I know that
Nick and Amanda's house. Nick and Amanda Thayer.
How do you know them?
So Amanda used to be a director at Primrose School where Bella and Cece go, but then she transferred to another place, and Shanann was getting her own Thrive, and that's how they met.
Amanda's transferred to another Primrose?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like Shanann couldn't like talk to them about Thrive, the direct sales business, like while they're at, like they weren't allowed to like talk like, you know, outside, like if their child goes there, I don't know, something about the school rules or something like that. So once she left, she talked to her about Thrive and got her on Thrive, and then me and Nick started running together here and there, and that's how we met.
So is she like a, what do they call them, a downline from Shanann?
Yes.
Okay, so she's like one of the sellers that.
Yeah, like
yeah. Okay. And I don't even understand Thrive, I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm even a chick, and I don't understand what all of that Thrive stuff is about.
It's vitamins and minerals, and it's all plant-based, non-GMO stuff. It's really healthy for you.
Yeah. Do you do it?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 245 pounds when I started.
No way.
Yep.
How long ago was that?
2016.
Wow.
I've been doing it for a while.
Oh my gosh. So, I think the only thing I know about Thrive is like patches or something. Is that what that is?
Well, it's 3 steps. You have like vitamins. You have 2 capsules you take when you wake up, 2 pills.
Okay.
And then you take a shake with water and put on a patch.
You have a patch on right now?
No, no.
Oh, I want to see what a patch looks like.
It's just like a little square piece that just kind of goes on your skin, and it's like, it absorbs, like it opens like up your pores a little bit, and the vitamins kind of absorb like through your skin, like time release throughout the day.
Like, can you tell you feel better when you have the patch on?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Very good. How much are patches?
Just the patches themselves.
Or are you supposed to do this in combination with all the other
The
stuff?
3 steps.
Okay.
That's what I call it, the 3 steps. But like,
I feel like you could sell it. I feel like you know enough about it. You could sell it.
She has me on the as like I signed up underneath her.
Oh, okay.
So like, you know, I'm part of her team.
Oh, okay.
But she kind of runs that part of it because she knows like I'm not the type of seller. I'm not a seller.
Yeah.
I don't like.
You're not a salesman.
Yeah, like I would like say too much. She says about the product. Instead of,
Like sometimes it's not so great because of this, or.
Yeah, it's like I would just give out like too much information about the product instead of just having like them call her.
Do you sell it to any of the people that you work with?
There's one person that I work with that uses it.
Who is that?
Troy.
Troy.
Yeah, he
I
works.
think I heard that name, Troy McCoy or
Yeah.
something. That's
Mm-hmm.
a funny name.
Yeah, we call him the real McCoy.
The real McCoy. Everyone's like, his parents like actually named him Troy McCoy. That's super cute. So he works for you, is that right? Or
He works with me. He's the other field coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got a lot more experience than I do. He worked in Kansas before he came here.
Kind of shows you the ropes.
Yeah, he showed me a lot about different things, and I picked up a few things that he didn't know, and just kind of like, we worked together pretty well.
Nice. Is this the correct address for you?
Yeah, it should be that.
This is Troy married?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So do your families hang out at all?
A few times we have. His kids are older.
Oh, okay. Like how old are they?
Like 11, 10, 8, and 7.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere around there.
There's 4 kids?
Two of them.
Oh, okay. Like a blended family?
Yeah. I think he met her when she had 2 kids already.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what's your Social Security number, Chris?
241
Okay.
67 3387.
And your cell phone?
910 309 1702.
And what's your date of birth?
5/16/85.
How old does that make you today?
33.
And where were you born at?
In Fayetteville, North Carolina.
How do you spell Fayetteville?
FAYETTEVILLE.
Do you say Fayetteville?
Mhm.
Okay. And this says you're 225. Is that correct?
180.
Okay. Was that a lie on here?
What year? What year was that?
That was 2014.
No, I was 225 then.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Yeah, I gained some more weight.
What do you think made you gain weight then?
Celeste, pregnancy.
Oh, really?
I gained more weight than she did.
You're a sympathetic eater?
When I went and got her Oreos, I ate a few on the way upstairs. I'm not gonna lie. That happened a lot.
Now, can you do the Thrive stuff when you're pregnant? Is that safe for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all natural or whatever?
Yeah. There's different variants of the patches that she can't use because like some of it's for weight loss.
Oh, you don't want to lose weight while you're pregnant, right?
Or it's more like for fat loss, and that's like they recommend not using that type of patch.
Okay. So as far as growing up goes, and I'm actually done with that, so you can put that away. Thank you so much. Who all was in your family? Who did you live with?
My mom and dad,
okay.
my sister.
And your sister?
Yeah.
So just 2 kids?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your sister's name?
Jamie.
Have you, is Jamie coming, or have you talked to Jamie?
I've talked to Jamie and her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is Jamie?
So she'll be 40 this year.
Okay.
She's 39 right now.
Okay. So she's a little...
Yeah, she's 7 years older than me.
Yeah. So you were at home by yourself for a little while, huh?
Yeah, we didn't really get close until I got like older because that was such a big age discrepancy.
So you get along with her well now, and her husband and stuff.
Yeah.
Do they have kids?
2.
2 kids?
Yeah.
How old are their kids?
10 and 7.
10 and 7. Do you get to see them very often? Or?
I just saw them like when I was in North Carolina.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Nice. When were you in North Carolina?
So it was the August 1st to the 7th.
Nice. And how far did you get in school?
So I graduated from high school and I got through the NASCAR Tech program.
Nice. So you got a GED or an actual diploma?
So it's like a certificate, I guess. It's not really a diploma because it doesn't have like English, math, science there. It's just strictly like mechanical.
No, but through high school.
Oh yeah, I got a diploma.
You got a diploma?
Oh yeah,
okay.
definitely.
And then you got a, I'm sorry,
like a certificate from NASCAR Tech that I completed their programs. Like, I guess it can't be a degree without, you know, like English, math, and science and stuff like that.
Did you always know that that's what you wanted to do, was the car stuff?
It was, if I could go back, like, I'd probably just use that more of like a hobby. And maybe like dive more into the technology part of it, like, because we had like an Academy of Applied Technology when I was there. In the high school I was in, maybe go into more of the computer programming part of it.
So are you like a pretty techie guy?
No, I don't say techie, but I understand like numbers and math a lot. Like that's like with working on these wells, there's a lot of programming, a lot of setting up these wells to make them run, and like using the numbers, the pressures to optimize the wells is something.
You already lost me. Like I do
I
cannot do that job.
That's why I helped Troy. Like he knows more like the stuff that was like 10 years ago type of thing, and I know more about. I've kind of like grasped some more of the stuff that's happening right now.
Sure.
And that's how like we kind of like work together. He's like, if he has to work on a pumping unit, like all right, I'll help.
You got this.
If I get working on like a normal well and setting it up, he's just like, here you go. Like I will just watch.
But does that translate into like my husband is a techie guy in our family, so like he sets up all our routers, like when I get a new phone, he sets up my phone for me just because he has that brain that I don't have as far as being a techie person. So are you kind of that person in your family?
I do that. I can do that kind of stuff. I can't like do code or anything like
right.
that. But
you're not writing computer code?
No, I can't. 0101, that's right. All that kind of stuff.
Right, okay. Awesome. So, in your job now, like, what is your title?
So I'm a field coordinator.
Field coordinator, okay. And you've done that for 3.5 years or whatever?
So I was an operator. Like, well, it's the same. Like you're an operator. You're operating the oil and gas locations. This was I was an operator, and then I was an operator but / rover. Like I would be going around helping people. And now I've went up to field coordinator. It's like now I just kind of like tell people like this is where we need to go, and like we need help, let's go there.
So when did you actually get promoted to that?
When one of our other field coordinators, he went to a different group, the HGOps group, and our other field coordinator had to go down to Texas to help. So me and Troy got elevated up. So that's what happened. Okay. We were just kind of backfilling. We didn't know like if it was permanent or not, and it turned out to be permanent. So. Wow,
that's awesome. So tell me about like kind of give me a synopsis of your childhood, like what your parents did for a living, you know.
My dad was a parts manager for a Ford dealership.
Okay.
It's kind of where the cars things came from.
See it.
And my mom, she was like a secretary and notary for used car dealership.
Oh, okay.
So like yeah, she
born into it.
She sold the cars too, but like she was more of a secretary notary and kind of she bounced around a couple different used car dealerships. My dad stayed at the same one, changed the name a little bit, changed names. Then he went to like a different one, but it was he did the same thing. and he did like parts manager and body shop manager, and that's where he's still at now.
So how would you say you grew up as far as like your family structure is? Were you guys religious? Was there a lot of discipline in the home? You know, like, or who was the disciplinarian in the home growing
So
up?
like we went to church, I would say not like every Sunday, but pretty regularly, you know.
And what church did you guys go to?
It was like First Baptist Church.
Okay.
And I mean, discipline, I was the quiet kid. I was the, you know, I just kind of followed through. I mean, my sister was the rebellious one that always, you know.
You're like, I'm a good one.
It's like I never like, yeah. And my sister was the one that got the most of the, she was the one that showed me like, that's what I don't want to do.
Right.
I would wake up to my mom and my sister pretty much arguing every morning. That's how I went, okay. They're like, I don't want to wear this, I don't want to wear that. I'm like, okay.
And you're like, Mom, what do you want me to wear? I'll wear whatever you want.
I'll just go, if I didn't do it, you know, somewhere today.
Right.
That thing. But yeah, like, my dad, he was a disciplinarian.
He was?
Yeah.
What kind of discipline did you guys have in the home?
Just, I mean, it wasn't like physical or anything like that. It was just, you know, like, just verbal, like, you know, this is what you need to do. And just follow that. Like, if my dad ever raised his voice, I knew that was like, that was my work phone, sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like,
whoa, forgot about that.
doing kind of now, I'm not in the middle of the test. No, you're good. You're good. I have two phones too, and it's hard to keep track of them, so.
Yeah, my work phone, sorry, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah. Okay, so you said your dad was a disciplinarian, but you just.
I mean, it was verbal, like, cause like, if he raised voice, I knew something was like, okay, that's okay. I'm good there. Like,
right. Did anyone struggle with like drug or alcohol abuse or anything like that in your family?
No, I mean, my dad did at one point, but it was like after I left, like after I graduated and everything, and I just like, cause my sister, she would leave and she'd come back, leave and come back, leave and come back. She never like
runaway kind of thing?
Oh, like she would move, like she went to East Carolina, and that didn't work out, so she came back home. She moved to a different place, and that didn't work out. She came back home type thing. And like when I left, I was on my own, and I was like self-sufficient, and I never came back, and I think that hit him pretty hard.
So they expected you to come back, do you think?
Oh, he was used to me being around. Like, you know, he's my hero, he's my best friend.
Your dad is?
Yeah. Yeah, so like that's where I think that kind of hurt him a little bit, because like once I left, I didn't move back.
So tell me, so you're talking about for college, like as soon as you graduated, you moved out? So is NASCAR close to where you guys live? Like,
no, like once I graduated high school, I moved to Mooresville, North Carolina. That's about 2 hours away.
Okay.
And that's where I live. I never moved back. I mean, I came back to visit, but I never moved back.
Okay. So you go to college, is it a 4-year college, 2-year college?
And that program I finished in 52 weeks. So it was like a year and a half, almost 2.
Okay.
Oh, actually, wait.
That's like a year.
72 weeks, sorry.
Okay.
72 weeks.
So a year and a half. And then where did you go after that?
I worked at Mooresville Ford and worked there till 2012. So that was like 2003. That's when I was going to NASCAR Tech, and I was working there as like a porter, moving cars around, changing the oil here and there type thing. And then once I graduated, they moved me into more of a line tech as far as like actually fixing things.
Okay.
So from 2003 to 2012, I was there, and 2012 to 2014, I was on my Ford.
Okay. Did you have like any high school sweethearts or like girlfriends from NASCAR Tech or?
There was no.
There's probably no girls at NASCAR Tech, I would imagine, but.
There was like a handful of girls that actually went there, so no, it was like, I didn't have any girlfriends hardly after high school.
Okay. What about when you got done with NASCAR Tech?
Oh yeah, like there was girlfriends like that in Mooresville in there, but nothing really serious.
Nothing serious?
Yeah, I met Shanann in 2010.
Oh, 2010?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you guys date before you got married? I'm assuming you're married?
Yeah, 2012 when we got married.
Okay. Dated a couple years?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Now, did she live in Mooresville?
She lived in Belmont at the time.
So how did you meet her?
Through my cousin's wife. And my cousin's wife and Shanann, they knew each other from from a wheel shop that she ran.
That Shanann ran, or the cousin's wife?
No, Shanann ran. She ran like 3 different stores.
Like auto parts?
Wheels, tires, audio, custom stuff.
Oh my gosh, you're just all in that.
All in that.
It's all like crazy. Okay, so we're gonna, I just gotta ask you some of the medical questions just to make, again, sure that you're a suitable subject. And you said you've never taken a polygraph.
Nope.
How would you describe your physical condition right now? Good, fair, or poor?
I'll say good.
Good. Okay. Have you had any major surgeries or injuries within the last 6 months? Are you in any discomfort right now?
As far as like pain and like
Yeah.
No, not really.
Okay. You know, maybe mental anguish or whatever, but
Just
as
like,
far
yeah,
as like
just,
physical or
like, sick to my
your
stomach type thing.
Yeah. Obviously you're not pregnant.
Nope.
Have you eaten in the last 24 hours?
I had a pizza last night and protein shake this morning, so that's it.
Okay. What time did you have the pizza?
So right when I left here, so it was like 11.
Okay. And what time did you have the protein shake?
Probably about 7:30.
Okay. Was that with all your 3-step process?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time did you go to bed last night?
Probably about 12:30.
Okay. And what time did you get up?
Probably about 5 and just kind of looked at my phone.
Okay. And you say that the other, Amanda and
Nick
Nick?
Amanda down still.
Okay. And how would you rate your sleep, good, fair, or poor?
Is there anything between 4 and fair?
I'll put it in the middle.
Okay.
Okay? I'll give you that box. Have you had any alcohol within the last 24 hours? Do you drink alcohol?
Only with like if I'm going out somewhere, like with friends coming over. I don't drink by myself.
Okay.
That's not. I don't think that's really.
How often would you say that you drink in a given week? Like how many beverages would you have?
If I drink something, just be like 1 or 2.
1 or 2 beers? Or
Yeah, beers. I don't do it.
No hard alcohol?
No.
Okay. Any legal or illegal drugs consumed within the last 24 to 48 hours?
No.
That includes even cough medicine, you know,
Mm-hmm.
anything like that?
No.
So you just had vitamins, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. So now Chris, we're going to discuss the reason why you're here, okay?
Okay.
So now what I would like you to do is, again, kind of treat me like, you know, someone that has no idea about anything, and that you actually have to start from the entire beginning, like kind of start when, I would say when you met Shanann, just kind of explain your relationship, I guess, just so I understand it, as far as, you know, meeting in 2010 and, you know, when the kids came about and that kind of stuff, and then just bring me up to the point of, you know, yesterday.
Okay.
If you could.
All right. So 2010 is what we met. We met pretty much through Facebook because of my cousin's wife, and she like recommended us as friends type thing, and that's how we kind of started talking. And our first date was at a movie theater. Didn't really impress her much because it was actually a nice theater. I didn't really know what I was walking into as far as like I walked in and there was like a doorman and he was all dressed in a suit and I was in camo shorts and DC shoes, and I was like, okay, hopefully I'm very underdressed for this. But like I walk in, I see her and she's all dressed really nice, and like she told me like after the fact, like, man, I hope that's not him. kind of deal, like, because like we know what each other looked like, but like I wasn't really dressed for what we were doing then. But On the second date, I actually made a mistake again wearing the same thing because I kind of forgot what I wore. So I went to a K-Rock concert, and like I think that's kind of where I won her over, because like we actually got to like the actual concert, and like I forgot my ID, so I couldn't actually get in. So I actually ran back like 2 miles to the car and got it and came back. And I was just like, I was just like soaking wet. I was just like, it was like middle of July, August, in like South Carolina, and humidity and everything like that. It's on an Army base. So I just ran back, got it, and everything like that. And then I think it was our next date, we actually went to Myrtle Beach, and like she had lupus. Well, her lupus was really like acting up in North Carolina. So like she had like these flare-ups, joint pains, all that kind of thing. And we were driving back, like she laid on me pretty much the entire way back, and I think that's when like she realized, like, this guy's actually pretty nice, because like he didn't tell me like, all right, get off my lap or type thing. Like I just let her just rest on me the entire way back, and it was like 2.5 hour ride from Myrtle Beach to Charlotte, the Belmont area. But yeah, everything flourished from there. Like in 2011, I proposed to her over in Ocean Isle Beach. Like that was around our anniversary. And I did a ride there on the beach at night, and I could tell, she was extremely tired, and I was like, I just want to do this, I want to do it like today. And she knew like so why are you being so like persistent and get me like out here right now? I was like, oh, let's go out to the beach. It's a nice night. Proposed her on the beach, said yes, and everybody was ecstatic and everything. And she's very organized. She's like OCD about like organization, putting things like you saw like the pantry, see like, everything's just like named in a container all the way down. Like it's very easy for, if you just came into our house, you would know what stuff was. You would know like where everything was. It would be easy. So like everything was just, she was planning the wedding, everything was great. And then 2012, she were here, but she was planning the wedding from here. But everybody was back in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. So it was a, guess you call it destination wedding if you want, because they fly back for that. But we got married in, it's like the DoubleTree Hilton hotel that was there. It was like in their court, it was in November, and it was underneath one of those big tents and everything. It was beautiful. And it was amazing. And we went to Myrtle Beach for the honeymoon. And then 2013, in December 17th, that's when Bella was born. Like we've been trying for a while, and nothing was happening as far as getting pregnant or whatnot. And she said, so since we're not getting pregnant, since it's not happening, like I'm gonna buy a supercharger for your car. Like, okay. And then it turned out that weekend we conceived Bella.
Oh no.
The week she bought me a supercharger for my car. So it was
Did you take that back?
I'd already put it on. And it was actually like a special order, like part that was sitting in a dealership. Okay. Stuff like that. So like it was ironic that it happened that, like bought a supercharger for my car, and then that weekend conceived Bella. And then Bella was just a gift. I mean, she didn't think she could get pregnant because of the lupus and everything like that. Like the doctor said, it could happen, it might not, but it happened, and it was a blessing in disguise right there. It's like, oh my goodness, it just happened, So like,
did she have normal pregnancies?
Like
was Bella's normal?
Bella's was she had shoulder dystocia when she was born.
So was it like her shoulder was?
She was turned.
Oh, just turned.
Yeah, where like they had it like pushed her out.
But she had a vaginal birth?
Oh yeah, all that. That was.
Cord wasn't around her neck?
Nope.
Or anything
No.
like that?
No.
Okay.
Nothing like that. So Bella was born December 17, 2013, and she was a gift. So just go along with Bella, and then and Cece was born July 17, 2015, and we had this whole little thing staged up with Bella in the crib and a little eviction notice. Like she was there, and it worked out pretty well because she was just standing there crying, like, like I don't want this type of thing,
I saw one of those that went like viral on Facebook, so that's weird. It would be yours.
Yeah, she was sitting there crying with a little eviction notice, and she recorded it, and it was an amazing day just to see that. And then Celeste, I was there, like she had a midwife for this one, so like they actually had me like, you can stand here and like catch her, and like, but Celeste came out like so fast that like I barely had a chance to go like this, and they moved me out of the way because she just like came out. So it was, Celeste, I was a lot better with Celeste because with Bella, I didn't really know like a lot, like what I should do, what I could do, how to calm, stuff like that, like, you know, burp, swaddle, everything like that. Like I didn't know. I had like no idea. I just pretty much watched, like, all right, how do you do this? And then with Celeste, it was more of like, that's why Bella kind of like, she's a mommy's girl. Then when Cece was born, did you care if it's Cece or Celeste?
No,
okay.
Go for it.
All right, when Cece was born, it was more like, all right, I know how to change a diaper. I know how to do all this. Like I can do this. I can help like a lot more. That's why Cece is more of a daddy's girl now. Like whenever she gets in trouble, it's just like she said, Daddy. And Shanann gets mad because like, all right, don't cuddle her. When she gets in trouble, like
she's in trouble, leave her alone.
Like she just bit Bella, you know. She just like hit Bella, like don't coddle her. That's where I'm going to coddle her. So it's like having them both around is just like absolutely amazing. They're like two peas in a pod. Like Celeste is more the rambunctious, just like all out. She either goes or she's sleeping type thing. So she's always getting in trouble, always like trying to find something to climb, jump off of. Like,
is that like you or is that like Shanann?
Bella's more like me. She's more of the calm, just like she's cautious type thing. Like when Cece, I think, fed off of Bella a little bit as far as like, all right, she's my sister. She's the younger one. She's the youngest person in here besides me type thing. And she kind of fed off of her and some of her friends that like, you know, came over. And that Cece just kind of like built that attitude. She was just like, yeah, she's a rambunctious little munchkin. Like if I could show you a picture, but it was off. But like when she was on the plane coming back, I mean, she just had just like this face like that, like don't like.
But she was excited to be on there, or?
Oh, it was just like she didn't like being like. You can imagine a little kid in a plane in a seat. Like she feels like she loves to move around. She doesn't like, you know, sitting in the same spot. Type thing. And then when Shanann told me about the third child, it was just like, all right, let's see what we got now. Let's see if we can, boy or girl. I mean, we're trying for a boy. So now we're just like.
Is it a boy?
We haven't told anybody yet, but yeah, it is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Can they find that out that early, or?
At 12 weeks, they could find out, really.
Wow.
She had one, the ultrasound was last week. Let's see. Yeah, it was last week. So, found out it was.
Were you both there for
yes.
that? Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it was like right when we got back, so it was like this guy went back on the 8th, so it was on the 8th, that was the ultrasound. Get my days mixed up, like now. I'm not sure even what day it is right now. But yeah, we had ultrasound.
15th today.
I was thinking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, all that kind of stuff, but like, yeah, we haven't told anybody yet, so.
So both the girls were born out here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Bella was born at Good Samaritan. Cece was born at Vista.
Did Shanann go through any like postpartum or anything like that with either of them?
No.
No?
Didn't see anything like that.
Good. Did she breastfeed?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Very cool.
Bella a little longer than Celeste.
So Bella was how old when she got pregnant with Celeste?
So they're about 19 months apart.
Okay. So like 10 months old?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you were like, oh my gosh.
No, we didn't know if it would happen again.
That's true. So were you guys even using protection, or are you just like, it's not going to happen, so it is what it is?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It is
what God
good.
gives
Yeah.
us kind of thing. Very nice. Okay, so keep going from after Celeste was born.
So after Celeste was born, I mean, we kind of thought, we kind of see how two kids went. They're just like rambunctious, you know, they're sister love, and now they're 4 and 3. Bella will be 5 in December. So it was like, if it happens, it happens. As far as like having she used fertility drugs on both Bella and Celeste.
Oh, she did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the third child now, she was on like no medication, nothing like that, or she's just on Thrive. Like she's healthy. She feels healthier now. And then like with the Thrive, she really thinks that we only tried like twice, and it happened. So she really thinks that it was more of like being a healthier person.
Sometimes just having the stress off, like, you know, have my kids, so this is just a bonus. If, you
Oh
know,
yeah,
work
like that.
on too,
Yeah, that
like,
could definitely like.
seems like a lot of women think, oh, we're, you know, we can't get pregnant and they have a baby and then they're, you know, they're not worried about it anymore. So then they get pregnant again. They're like, oh, I didn't think it would happen again. So,
Definitely.
yeah. So, tell me about after that. So.
It was just like, yeah, after we didn't think it would actually happen. So like, we really think that being a healthier like lifestyle, being healthier, really helped this. Like, I mean, only really trying twice and boom, and like it happened. So it's just been.
And when did she find out she was pregnant?
I would say it was in probably the 1st or 2nd of June.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not very long ago.
Yeah. And she's about 14, 15 weeks right now.
Okay. So, why don't you bring me up to, let's start, why don't you start with like, so you guys went to North Carolina, so maybe just start from the trip to North Carolina. I guess you met her there maybe for part of it, is that right?
Yeah, like she was there. So we got back we went to a Thrive trip in San Diego, and it was the end of June.
Okay.
And then I think it was June 26th, that's when we came back here. Her dad was watching the kids. And then that same, like later on that day, they flew to North Carolina.
Okay. So why don't you kind of start there and just take me up until yesterday?
Okay.
And
so,
as detailed as you can.
Okay. So like while they were in North Carolina, it was like they're there to see my family and obviously her family, and just kind of like, because they haven't seen the kids in a while, as far as our kids. And so they were just there. She had a couple things she wanted to do there, as far as like meeting up with her promoters and customers. That she had a bunch over there in North Carolina, so she was hoping that she could meet everybody else over there and have like her dad, and mom, and my mom and dad like have fun. Sorry, with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Great babysitters, heck yeah.
I know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was mainly like this a little family vacation for them right now, for them on that trip, just for everybody, just to see the girls. And Celeste's birthday was during that, on July 17th. So they had a birthday party there with like jumpy houses and stuff like that, and they FaceTimed me during it so I could see it. They didn't have a birthday party out here for her because it was, you know, when they got back it was in August, so.
Right.
So, but yeah, I got to FaceTime and watch it all, and it was pretty much just hanging out with family the entire time.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was here just going to work and working out and going running and just keeping the house up and doing that, and just I waited till my flight was July 31st, and I flew out there for a week, and I flew out there for a week so I could fly back with them. So we went. So July 31st, I got there, stayed at her mom and dad's house. The next day we drove to the beach, stayed there for about 4 or 5 days. It was in North Myrtle Beach, and first time the kids were seeing the beach. So they were ecstatic, obviously, seeing waves, being in the sand. They love sand. Unfortunately, they love sand, because it's just like you get them back, you just got to shower them off, because CC was so like into the beach that, I mean, her bathing suit was just full of seashells. It was like, okay, let's get all this off of you and rinse you off, please.
Right.
But yeah, it was an awesome trip, like just seeing them react to the ocean. And then we went to like Broadway at the beach. It was in Myrtle Beach, like an outdoor little mall, and they got to go in these like little, it's like where they strap you in a harness and you get to jump higher. And Bella and Celeste, they love that. They just love jumping that high. It was amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I went to see my grandma, my dad's mom. She's in a nursing home, so like some days she remembers people, some days she doesn't. And luckily that day she did remember me, so that was really a good day to go in there, and went in there with Shanann and the kids, and obviously like they had already been in there a few times while they were there.
Sure.
Yeah, and they were. She lights up when she sees those kids. I call her Mama. That's what she always calls, but Mama, she lit up when she sees the kids, and she remembered me, and that was great. Yeah, and my dad came and picked me up, and I went over there and stayed with my parents for a day, and just kind of like hung out with them, saw my sister, her husband, their kids, had a little cookout and everything, and it was awesome. And then the next day, I think it was the 7th, August 7th, yeah, we went to her parents' house, got everything packed up, ready to go, and flew back here. And then got back on later on that night, the 7th. And then on the 8th, I went back to work. And then on the 10th, that's when Shanann flew out to Arizona with Nicole. And I had the kids from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we went to a pool party on Saturday with Jeremy Lindstrom's, his son's turned 4. And they had a little pool party and everything over there, or a little mini pool, and it was water balloon fights. It was a big time. It was great. It was awesome. That was awesome. It was just seeing their faces and seeing how much they, I mean, they didn't really play with water balloons that much at all, so she would come over, she put one right in my pocket and just smacked it while I wasn't looking. She's a little trickster, so that was funny, and drove home, got back home, ate, and it was a really awesome day.
Okay. What happened after that?
So that was on Sunday. That was on that Sunday. So got the kids back, got them all showered up, got them to bed, and just pretty much waited around for hear from Shanann, because she was flying back that night, and her plane got delayed because there was a lot of dust storms in Arizona. Mm-hmm. And there was some other weather around that was delaying flights getting in there, and they didn't have a crew. That's why it was delayed. So her flight was supposed to get in around 11, but it didn't actually get in until about 2. So it was about you want to just go into this now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So about 2 o'clock, she came into bed. About 1:48, my doorbell picked up that she came in, but at 2 a.m. that's when she came into bed. And about 4 o'clock that morning, so my alarm went off, so that's when I usually get up, get ready for work and whatnot. So I get up, get dressed, brush my teeth, deodorant, all that kind of good stuff. I don't really take a shower because I work in the oil field, but I'll take a shower when I get home, type thing. And she told me before she got in that I want to wake up, when you get up, just so I can take a shower, get the airport off me, type thing. So I woke her up about after I got ready and everything, and then we had a talk about the selling the house and about separation and stuff like that. It was an emotional conversation. Obviously, we were both crying, and after we talked, she said she was going to take the kids to a friend's house, and that she'd be back later on that day. So it's okay, that's fine. So I went downstairs and packed my lunch and filled my water jug and got my computer and everything and loaded my truck up, and I went to work. And then once I got to work, started working, and about 7:40 or so, I texted her hey, I hadn't heard from her. I was okay, I didn't know where she was going. I didn't know what friend's house she was taking them to, or what friends she was going to with the kids. So I was hey, text me, let me know where you went, where you took the kids. And I didn't hear from her. It's normal for her not to respond to me, because when she has her direct sales people, she'll get back to them first, because that's what she does. Mm-hmm. So for her not to respond back to me, that's happened plenty of times before. So continue working, and I noticed it's about noon, she hasn't got back to me hey, call me. I've called her once before that too. And then about 12:10, that's when I got a doorbell alarm on my phone saying someone was at the front door, and that was Nicole. And so I called her, and I was hey, what's going on? She's I haven't heard from Shanann all day, no texts, no calls. And I was all right, this is kind of strange. So Nicole's at the front door, and she's okay, her car's here, I can see her shoes, because we have this little rectangular long window next to the door, and she could see her shoes right there and whatnot. She's all right, something's going on. So she called me, she was all right, I can't get a hold of her, something's going on. And that's when I came home. That's when I left to come home. So Nicole called me, all right, there's going to be a police officer here when you get here. I'm okay. They couldn't get in because the latch on the top door that's what we kind of put over, just to make sure if the kids try to go out the front door, they can, because that's there. But the keypad on the outside of the garage door doesn't work. So they had to wait until I got there. I got the garage door opener, I hit it. We went inside the house, and car's there, car seats are there, purse is still there, the phone's on the couch, her wedding ring's sitting on the nightstand. And it's like, there's like no sign of Bella, Celeste, or anywhere. And it's like the police officer, I forget what the police officer's name was, but he was there, and he was just, once we found the phone, powered it up, and all the text messages like came through as far as like, everybody was reaching out to her and everything, like, hey, what's going on, like, are you okay, everything good? And there was just like, there was nothing there, like, it was just like, it was a ghost town. And everything that was there just didn't make sense as far as like, why, like, what happened. So we started like reaching out to a bunch of people. Like, any of your friends that, like, anybody that hadn't reached out already, that, you know, like, had a car seat or like had a kid in general. And nobody had heard from her. Nobody had a clue. Like, her mom hadn't reached out to her. My parents, I mean, nothing was there. And the officer, Baumhofer, detective, I'm not sure if you know the people that are involved.
Yeah, I can't remember how to say it.
Oh yeah, I think Detective Baumhofer, he came, and they were all like, you know, taking questions from me, Nicole, her son Nick, that was there. And then went over to, they talked to my neighbor, because he has a camera facing, like, he picks up a few different angles and whatnot. And watched his video surveillance, didn't see anything as far as her leaving at all. So they're just like, all right, like where, like how this happened, like there's no like video of her like leaving the front at all. So we didn't know, we were just at a loss for words, like, all right, where is she? Like, she witnessed leave everything here. Like, even the kid's medicine was still there. And I was just like, all right, she needs that. So the only thing that was gone was really the kids' blankets. Like, everything they slept with, like, you know, Celeste has like this big New York Yankees blanket and a little dinosaur and like a little dog that makes noises and a turtle and something. It's a whole package. And Bella has two blankets, but one was still at the house, the other one was gone. And she has a dinosaur and like a little swan blanket. Her other little. We talked to the neighbor. We looked at anybody else that maybe had a camera somewhere, but nothing was going on. They had other community services like go into houses, like knock, hey, did you see anything? Like, you have a camera? Do you see anything like that? And we had nothing at all. And it was just like, all right, so at this point I'm hoping, all right, she's at a friend's house, she's safe, and she's just like decompressing, or like she's safe. But like that night, like as I'm like calling like hospitals and hotels, and just like there's nothing, like there's nothing there, like nobody's had her check in, there's nothing at all. And then that was just traumatic because like I had every light in the house on, just in case, like, you know, like, yeah, I went late in bed, but I didn't sleep. I was just sitting there, just like, I had friends that came over. Nick and Amanda came over for a little while, and they showed support. My friends Dave and Jeremy came over, they showed support. Shanann's friend Lauren came over, she showed support. Another friend, Melissa, came by that I didn't know that she showed support. Everybody's just like, I don't know, like, why this happened or how this happened, but, like, I hope that she's okay, type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And just, like, I was just hoping that I would get that knock on the door or a phone call or a text. I mean, her phone, they have her phone, like, hopefully maybe it's a number I don't know. Hopefully it's, like, you know, like a burner phone or some kind of, like, phone she bought, and she could just text me and call me, like, hey, I'm okay. Something. Or just get a knock on the door, and then the kids just run in. And I was just like, it didn't happen. And when I was going through, like, that night, just trying to process everything, like, I miss, like, the kids, like, sitting at the dinner table and, like, having to tell them to eat their dinner, and, like, I miss them throwing their chicken nuggets at me. Like, when I went to their rooms, just kind of, like, you know, make their beds, and it's like, I wasn't going to turn the rain machines on, you know, like, I wasn't, like, you know, going to read them a book. I wasn't going to kiss them goodnight. I wasn't going to, like, you know, do that. I wasn't going to play in the playroom. I wasn't giving them, like, their nightly snack, like, their nighttime snack. I wasn't, you know, giving them their medicine. I wasn't, you know, getting them dressed for bed. All that, like, it just hit me. It's like, I'm not turning the monitor on to watch them because they're not here. It's like, where are they? And that night was just like, I didn't even want to stay in the house that night, but I knew I had to, just in case, like, maybe they came home, maybe they would come in that front door, garage door, or something would happen. But nothing happened that night. So I just laid in bed and took phone calls and texts from all our friends that I couldn't sleep either, and just asking for prayers, just asking prayers in general, just like, these kids are gonna come home, they're gonna come home safe. And the next day, well, detective, he called me about 2 a.m. just saying like, hey, we're gonna do like the missing persons report, and I'll get that all going. But yeah, it's like the next day, like when everything like started happening as far as the news crews like pulling in, and then all the K-9 units and the drones flying over my house, it was just like, it all set in like, this is not, she's not, they think something happened. Because all this right here, this means that, okay, my worst fear, that's where this is going right now. Because I thought she was just at somebody's house and she was safe. But now, it's going the other direction. With all this going on, with the dogs coming in, with the news media, everything just kind of happening, it's like, all right, this has gone to a totally different direction. And it's like, I was when all my friends like were coming over to give me some support, I knew that like, all right, like I was happy all my friends came over to just support. I didn't want to be alone at that point in time. Like this is the time you don't want to be alone at all. And my friends are supporting me all through this, and I just want to find them. I want them to come home safe, like wherever they are. I hope they are safe, and I really hope they can just come home. The FBI agent, Graham, he's been really helpful. I mean, he didn't tell me what leads they have for today, but I'm hoping that it leads to them coming home. Because just being in that house and not being able to tuck them in, it's heart-wrenching, it's earth-shattering right now, because those are my kids. Those are like you made those kids, you know, like, do you have kids or anything? Okay, so like,
3 of them.
So like, just not being able to like, you know, kiss them goodnight and saying I love you, Daddy, or I miss you, Daddy, or something like that. You know, because they were without me for 5 weeks, and I got to FaceTime them every night, and it was just not being able to do anything, like knowing that they were just here and not knowing where they are now it's a nightmare right now.
So, thank you for explaining all that to me. Obviously, have more questions, so I may kind of piece it out, just going back, just so I understand everything. And you kept saying that you thought she was at a friend's house. Do you still think she's at a friend's house?
At this point, I don't. Because all this, like, everything that's happened now.
So what does that make you think of?
It just makes me feel like either she vanished, like, she's had the kids and she's somewhere where, like, maybe hopefully a hotel. But I don't think she's at a friend's house now, unless it's somebody I just don't know. Like, if it's somebody I don't know, great. Like, I just want her to be safe. But with FBI here, with, you know, CBI here, with everything that's going on, like, it makes me feel like, all right, maybe somebody has her that's not keeping her safe, or something terrible has happened, and that's the nightmare.
And what would that terrible thing be?
If somebody hurt them.
That's running through your mind sometimes?
I don't want that to run through my mind, but it's running through my mind that somebody has hurt them, and that they are not safe. And I really want them to be safe. I want them to come home.
Right. Well, we want them to come home too. So let's kind of break it down back to when Shanann went to Arizona?
Mhm.
So what was she in Arizona for?
Thrive Local.
Oh, okay.
I've been down there with some of the upline leaders.
Okay.
Mhm.
So she, mostly women, like, other people that work for her, downline?
Or, yeah, or downline
upline.
people or upline people and all that.
Okay, and they just, fill their cup, I guess, for lack of a better term. So they get there and they, cheer them on and like, you can do more and whatever, and I guess, do they teach them about new products?
Yeah, there's a lot of training that goes involved with it, like how to talk to people and stuff like that, how to bring in more people type thing.
Like, did Shanann make a lot of money doing this?
Yeah, she makes about as much money as I do.
Really?
Yeah.
And how much is that? Because I don't know how much you make.
About 65, 70.
Okay. She makes that much just selling
Yeah.
Thrive? Wow. How many people does she have underneath her?
Like, people that signed up underneath her, probably about 200. But like active people that promote it, it's probably about 50 or so. But like she has, her team does about $80,000 a month in sales. Yeah.
That's crazy. Sorry about that. Okay, so she's at this conference, and obviously, even before that, like, you said that you kind of talked about, separating or whatever when she got into bed or after you woke up.
Yeah.
When did that start?
So that in the 5 weeks that we were, like, when she was in North Carolina and I was back here.
And when did she leave for North Carolina? What was that date?
June 26th.
So the end of June?
Yeah.
Okay. So she leaves in June, and that's when, what?
Yeah, like, being, like, when we were talking and everything and texting and calling each other, like, we could feel, like, there was, like, that disconnect there. And, like, over that period of time, like, our conversations were shorter, text messages were a little bit less, like more, like, emotional type thing, more less lovey-dovey type things.
So explain, like, even before June, was there any other issues as far as your relationship goes? Or, everyone goes through ups and downs in marriage, but...
like over a year ago, it was more of like, I could see that maybe it wasn't like as hot and heavy as like, as it was when we first met, that spark and everything like that. But like you said, ups and downs, marriages, like, they have their lows and they have their highs. And like, I was hoping that we could just it would just work itself out, like, that's all.
It's hard with babies and,
Yeah, when the kids are involved, it's a little bit harder, a lot harder.
And just as far as, like, your time away from your spouse and, just trying to make time for them and, give them emotional attention and that kind of stuff, I know that kind of can get strained. Did you feel that once you started having kids, or, did you feel that even before?
Yeah, we didn't, like, go out on dates really a whole lot after we had kids, because, we're just, kids monopolize a lot of your time, like, you take up a lot, so it's like, you want to focus, like, right on your kids all the time, and that's what we did, and we didn't really focus on ourselves much, and I think that's where, like, I'm not gonna blame the kids for a disconnection or anything, but, like, yeah, we focused, like, on the kids, like, all the time, but, like, and then, like, as our relationship got longer and longer, it was more of, like, I could feel that disconnect that was there, like, we really talk, like, we didn't have those deep conversations anymore, like, anything like that. But like that's when it kind of all started, and I was hoping that, maybe it just worked itself out. And being like, those 5 weeks when she was in North Carolina and I was here, like, I could feel it more.
Like, tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
So like, you could feel like the disconnect more, like, in the conversations we were having, and like, they were just short, and like, it felt like, like when we were texting each other, nothing was the same as far as that goes. Like, calling each other, nothing was the same. And when I got there, that's when you can kind of all, like, when we were talking, it was just, nothing was...
Yeah, tell me about that. Like, what did it seem like when you got out there finally?
Yeah, like, when I got out there, it was just like, you could feel like, get to the airport, just wrap the kids, like, around, they come running through the alarm and everything, they were running through a place they couldn't even run into. And give them a big old hug and everything, and then, like, gave Shanann a hug and everything, and just, like, you can just feel it start from there, like, everything just felt, like, different. Like,
did you guys kiss or anything?
We kissed right then, but, like, after that, it was just, like, every night, it was more of, like, we talked, but it was, like, mainly it was through text. Like,
when you were there?
Yeah, because it was more like whenever we would talk about like how we were feeling, it was more of like we were just text back and forth type of thing. Because like that's how we could get our feelings more across. Because her mom, everybody was still there. Like we weren't really alone because her parents were there.
So tell me about like when did that first text, you know, like what was that first text like as far as like one of you, you know, deciding to talk to the other one about maybe separating or, you know, not feeling great about your relationship or whatever? Like who was that first person that sent that text and what did that text look like?
It was probably on her phone, but it was, so when I got there, it was July 31st, went to the beach August 1st, and her dad was there for a few days, and then her mom came down. So we were never really like alone together. So that's why some of our conversations were through text as far as that goes.
So while you're both there together, you're
Yeah.
still texting each
Yeah.
other about stuff. And what were those texts about? Like what did they say?
It's just kind of like, you know, where is our relationship going type thing. Like where like if we're bringing a third kid into this world, like what's our relationship gonna look like? Like is it gonna be, are we gonna work this out, or is this gonna lead to a separation? Is this gonna lead to where like we stay together and be civil with the kids, or are we gonna be our separate ways and stuff like that?
And what was her reaction to all of that?
It was, I mean, it was emotional, it was a lot of crying, it was just like, I'm not sure like how to word that, but it was more of a, what are we gonna do? Like, how are we gonna make this work?
So your wife wanted to make it work.
Like we both wanted to see like, alright, is this going to make it work? Is this gonna work? Like, are we still at that point in our relationship where we're gonna make this work? So like when she went to Arizona, she confided in a bunch of her friends as far as like what was going on, as far as like where our relationship was.
And how do you know that?
Once this disappearance happened, like they knew, like I didn't know if they knew or not.
They reached out to you and told you that they knew, or?
Well, I told them like, you know, we were, you know, gonna go through like with a separation and everything. Like, oh, we knew you guys were having some issues there and everything. I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know.
Did they tell you what Shanann had said?
No. They just said they saw her like and her emotional state. It wasn't the same as far as like they could tell something was like it was different about her.
So in North Carolina, is that the first time you guys have ever talked about maybe not being together and maybe, you know, figuring out life separately?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that more, would you say you bringing it up to her or her
Me bringing it
up
up to her.
Okay. Okay. Did she ask you why, like, why now, you know, or how
Oh, yeah,
that
yeah.
kind of stuff? So
Yeah.
what did you say back to her?
Yeah, it was more of just like I didn't feel that connection anymore. Like
fell out of love kind of thing, or?
Well, yeah, it was.
How would you describe it?
Yeah, it was more of like I don't feel the same way that I used to. Like I don't think we have that connection anymore where like I can just like be myself and just like be everything that I need to be for you right now. And that's how I explained it to her.
And she said what?
She didn't like know really what to say. It was just like I don't know, I didn't see it, but it's like I want to work on it and I want to see where this can go. Like if we can fix it, like either through a book or like counseling or.
So after your conversation with her, it was your.
This is in North Carolina.
Right,
Yeah.
Belief that you guys would try and work on it together, just to see if it would kind of work, or?
Or just kind of like see where this like we'll take this week like because it was an emotional week just because of everything we were saying and like what we were thinking like and all that, especially bringing another kid into the world. It's like we want that environment to be as like healthy as possible.
Sure. Did you guys? I'm sorry, it's freezing in here. I'm
Not your
gonna
fun.
pump this up a little bit. Did you guys sleep in the same bed while you were there?
In North
Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, like there was a couple. I slept in the kids' room one time, and I slept on the couch another time.
Is it just because of the tension?
Yeah, there's tension in there. That's good. And then when we got here, but
when you're there, like, did you guys have sex at all, or?
No.
No? Okay. Were you guys affectionate after the kiss at the airport?
Not really.
Okay.
That's where that's where we could feel like it wasn't really there at that point in time.
Okay, and up until the point where she left, was it, you know, affectionate and?
No.
I mean, what was your sex life like?
I mean, the last time we had sex was in like May, like when the kid was born, or kid was conceived.
So, that would have been in May?
It would have been like, because she found out second week of June, so it would have been like May.
Okay, and was there a celebration or something that, you know, did you guys go out, did you have a date? Did you?
No, she got me a few shirts that, you know, had like a, you know, so like Dad, Code of Fishing F3 type thing. She had a couple shirts made, all of one of them was a back rub type thing.
But as far as when you had sex in May, like, what, was there something special about that?
We had, you know, talked about like having, like, going through pros and cons of having another child, but like we didn't like have like a celebration like of having sex.
So you guys so you were talking about maybe having another kid?
Yeah.
And then you were actually trying that night to have another kid?
Yeah, I think after we waited until she was like, when she was like ovulating type thing.
Was she keeping track of that?
She always has that on her phone. It's like
OCD,
it's
right?
like a cycle tracker.
Okay.
Type thing, and it tells you.
Okay. So did you find that sex was more like a job, or did you really enjoy it with your wife as far as?
I never felt like it was a task.
Okay.
Or anything
like
that.
even like, we're gonna do it now because I need to get pregnant, whatever. Like, did
No,
it
like
sound
no, it wasn't like. I mean, whenever you're trying to have a kid, I mean, I think you have to like plan that part as far as that goes.
Sure.
Because like you can't just like, you know, have sex every day or twice a day like to get pregnant. You have to like once and then kind of wait 2 days or something, whatever the formula is. Like she said, you have to wait like 2 days and then try again.
Okay.
But that's what that was.
Okay. So before that time in May, how often would you say that you guys were having sex?
Maybe like once or twice a week.
Okay. So why do you think it significantly stopped right after she conceived in May?
Like it was, it's kind of hard to tell because we went through little spurts where like maybe it wasn't like once or twice a week. Like there's times we went like a month or two like without having sex. Like and sometimes like I would try and that would, you know, either she was tired or, you know, something was going on, like she was just aggravated with something and she was like, no, not tonight, like type thing. Like I was usually one to initiate it. Like, but I'd say most times it was like I was shot down, but that's, I mean, married life, honestly.
You just kept trying?
Yeah, like you try, I mean, like you never stop trying, because I mean, if you felt like it was a job or a task, you wouldn't try. But like, you know, I enjoyed having sex with her, so I mean, it was.
As far as like, North Carolina goes, like when you guys kind of broached the subject of maybe, you know, separating or whatever, did she accuse you of, you know, because, I mean, I think it would be a normal wife's reaction to be like, who is it? Like, you know, like, who's the chick or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like that kind of came up, you know, like, and I was just like, you know, that would never happen. Like, you know the kind of guy I am. Like, I was at one of my friend's house, Jeremy, and he said, like, you know, you're the type of guy that I could send you with my wife for a week and know nothing was going to happen, type thing. Like, people know the kind of person I am.
Solid guy.
Yeah, like, I'm not the type of guy that's just going to say, all right, my wife's gone, like, who's the girl, like, I can find for this, like, 5 weeks? Like, no, that's not me. Like, I respect my wife, and she respects me. Like, there's no anything that she could like, if she's somewhere safe right now, like, I don't think it would be with a guy. I mean, if it is, I'm fine. Like, I want her to be safe. I want the kids back home. If it was with a guy, great. I'd come back home. We'll talk about all that later. But, like, I never had an inkling she would do anything to me, you know.
So how did that come up from her? Like, what exactly did she say to you?
Because of our, like, how, like, our texts and calls were getting, like, shorter and everything like that. Like, she's like, are you having, I was like, no, I'm not having an affair. Like, that is the last thing that should be on your mind.
Did she bring up any other, I guess, in a woman's mind, evidence as far as, you know, why she would think there would be someone else involved or anything like that?
No, it's just 'cause like I was like whenever like she would call, sometimes I'd be out for a run or I'd be working out, and she could tell like, all right, you don't want to talk to me right now, let's just go work out, type thing. She's like when she was gone, I would take that more time to kind of like, you know, go run, go work out, because I mean I had time to do it, type thing.
Sure.
Like I would always make time to FaceTime with the kids and everything when she would call, like, you know, I would always make time to do it, like, especially like when the kids are awake and everything like that.
Sure.
Like she was like it was like later on at night, you know, like when I would just, sun goes down, I'd go out for a run because it's less hot outside.
And would she accuse you of like doing other stuff while you were not answering your phone, or?
Oh no, like she was like, you know, she would ask me like, hey, can you like do this for me? Like, can you find this like medication? Send me a picture of it. Can you like find something at the house? I mean, little things like that. She knew I was at the house, so I mean, it's like she had no reason to really have that fear in her head, but being away for, you know, that amount of time and being pregnant, and it's like that's going to run through her mind.
Has she ever been away that long before?
No.
Okay. And you talk about, you know, her being pregnant or whatever. Like, how was she different when she was pregnant than when she wasn't pregnant?
Well, I guess it's just, you're just more emotional in general.
So I just want to make sure that they'll
The
go.
red light.
Yeah.
Okay.
More emotional?
Oh yeah, it's like, I mean that's normal. I mean her cravings hadn't really changed or anything like that, but it's just like, you know, just more emotional and everything like that.
Mhm. Would she kind of admit that, like,
Oh yeah.
I'm pregnant, whatever?
Well, I mean, I guess she's like, you know, she's just, you know, she's with her mom, and she gets rarely, you know, her mom's like really, like, she's full Italian, so like she's always like, you know, always just like gung-ho about everything.
Mhm.
And it makes you like really anxious sometimes, and like, you know, like it's a lot of stress being over there with, you know, her family and my family, as far as like everybody, you know, like she's over there by herself with the kids.
Do you guys all get along? Like, just?
I mean, yeah, we all,
your
I
parents?
mean, pretty civil as far
I know
as.
you said that you went to your parents by yourself. Like, was there a reason why Shanann and the girls didn't go?
Yeah, because there was an incident where my mom had something in the house that Cece was kind of allergic to.
What was that?
It was some ice cream. And
What are your kids sick with, I guess?
Cece's allergic to tree nuts.
Okay.
And so not peanuts, but like.
My kid's allergic to peanuts, but not tree nuts, so.
Yeah, so peanuts is like I guess, it's growing from the ground.
Mhm.
So the tree nuts like pistachios and cashews and stuff like
Those
that.
are the good ones.
I know, and kiwi.
Oh,
Kiwi's
goodness.
like grown, like, I guess the spores have like something that's related to tree nuts, found out the hard way
Really?
as well. But yeah, like there was an incident where she had something in the house, as far as it was ice cream that Cece couldn't have, and one of my sister's kids went and grabbed some. She was eating next to Cece, and it was just a point where like Shanann said, they cannot come over here again. Since, I mean, because Cece's the one that kind of would lunge, as she would just grab. Like, I mean,
Oh.
if my sister's kid had,
It would happen so fast you wouldn't even be able to.
you wouldn't know, because I mean, like, how we figured out tree nuts was an issue is because Cece had a little sliver of a cashew one day, a sliver, and it made her react. And her reaction has gotten worse over her last panel was like a month, 2 months ago or something like that. And her reaction was a little bit worse when they prick her back and everything.
Mhm.
So like that kind of drove Shanann to where like, all right, they can't come over ever again if you're going to have this in this house, and that's why that happened.
When was that? Was that during this trip, or was that from before?
It was during that 5-week span.
Okay.
Yeah, and they hadn't seen the kids in like 2 weeks when I got there. And Shanann was like, they can't come over. They can't go over there right now.
What did you think about that?
I was hurt. I was like, you know, I wanted my parents to see their grandbabies. You know, like even if it's just like we didn't even FaceTime. So like when I went over there, like I wanted to bring the kids, but like I respected her decision. Like, okay, like if you want the kids over there right now, it's fine. I just need to see my parents. Like, since I'm here, like I'm here for a week, you know, I want to at least like go over there, give them a hug, and see my sister, her husband, their kid as well, and just kind of just say, hey, hello, cookout, and just hung out.
Do you know if Shanann told anyone in North Carolina about what was going on?
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Who do you think she told?
Oh, she probably told, well, there's people here. I know Nicole probably knew. I know Kathy probably knew. But Nicole lives here, Kathy lives there. There's some of her good friends.
But like, would she have told any of her family or friends in North Carolina?
I'm not sure if her mom knew or not, if that was the case.
Is she pretty close to her mom?
Oh yeah, she is, but I'm not sure if she like told her like the entire like thing about the whole like having something in the house.
Alright, I just mean between you and her, sorry, the separation.
Oh, so no, like no.
She didn't tell any of her family?
No.
And why do you know she didn't do that?
Because she told me, it's like she's not going to tell them. And, like, I knew she was confiding in a few of her friends, because she told me that, because she had need someone to talk to, but she didn't tell her mom or anything like that.
Mhm. Do you guys go to church?
No, not here.
No.
No, we haven't.
Since you moved to Colorado, you
No,
haven't gone to church?
no.
Okay.
Like, we were talking about, like, you know, finding one for, you know, with the kids and everything.
What about counseling? Did you guys talk about counseling?
Yeah.
Yeah, when did you guys talk about that?
That was probably, we got back on the 7th, back to work on the 8th, so it was probably about the 8th or so.
Oh, right before she left?
Yeah.
Or, I guess she left on the 10th, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what came of that when you guys talked about counseling?
It's like, I don't really think we really needed to go to counseling, so I've never like, I mean, anything that we were saying to each other, I felt like we could just say to each other, and not have to like, you know, go to somewhere, sit on somebody's couch and talk to them about it. But like she said, like a couple of her friends that were married have been to counseling like once or twice or 3 times, and they're still going, type of thing. But like, I didn't feel like I really needed to, but I mean, I was open to the idea, because I thought like, alright, if she really like, if this is gonna work, maybe, but like, I didn't really want to do it, just because like, I didn't think we needed to do that. I thought we could just like, you know, maybe just do it that way, but the disconnection was there. I didn't feel like it was gonna help.
Okay. So you get back on the 8th or 7th?
On the 7th, I go back to work on the 8th.
Oh, you went back to work on the 8th?
Yeah.
Okay. And what day is the 8th? Like of the week? Do you remember?
8th, 9th. So it'll be a Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the 10th was a Friday, that's when she flew out.
Okay. And then you worked how many days?
I worked Wednesday and Thursday, and then I was off Friday because that's when she flew out to Arizona.
Okay. So tell me about all the stuff you did on Friday. Or how was it, I guess, before she left? Like, did you take her to the airport?
Oh no, Nicole picked her up.
Oh, Nicole picked her up?
Yep.
Okay. What was the attitude like, or what was the relationship like when she left for Arizona?
It was, I mean, we were just, like we had talked about counseling and everything, and we knew what the sex with the baby was. We weren't going to tell anybody until she got back, because Nicole knew. Nicole was the one that like prepped everything for her, like with the bag and like a couple things, like pour out a little fake champagne bottle and whatnot.
For which one?
For like a gender reveal type thing.
Gender reveal, okay.
Type thing like that.
Okay.
So like she did all that for us. And so Friday, I mean, I woke up I waited for the kids to wake up, because she left pretty early that morning. Nicole came and picked her up, and she left to the airport.
Was it like kiss, hug, bye, or was it kind of strained as far as?
It was a hug.
It was a hug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just like, have a safe flight, and just let me know when you get there, and I'll send you pictures of the kids, like throughout the day.
Okay.
Type thing.
Okay. So, and then you said, I'm sorry, that you waited till the kids got up?
Yeah, that's what we usually do. We just wait for the kids to wake up, so they wake us up.
Okay.
And Bella came in the room, and she usually just crawls into bed and just falls asleep next to us. Like when she wakes up, she doesn't just get up and just go like Cece does.
But as far as Friday goes, what exactly happened on Friday?
So we just pretty much hung out around the house, just playing around. We went to like a grocery store, went to get my glasses, got some cracks in the frame. We went to Target. We went to King Soopers to pick up the click list over there.
I've never done that.
That was fun.
When did you do that? Is that your first time doing it? Or do you guys do it?
Oh no, she does it for me all the time.
Oh, she does?
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah, we just like, we had made a little day of it and everything, and.
So, and I'm sorry, do your kids go to preschool or daycare?
Primrose.
Is that a preschool or a daycare?
It's a little bit of both depending on your age. Because
Okay.
like they have up to 6 months.
Okay, so what are your kids considered? In the
It,
preschool or in the?
Early, Celeste is like early preschool 1? Early preschool 1. And Celeste, or Bella is pre-K 1.
So is it like you can drop your kids off before school starts, like, and they will like
Oh, yeah.
have a daycare and then you
Oh yeah,
can
it's like,
go to
well, it's
school
like, you
and-
go into like they'll have like a room, like sometimes they'll only have a few teachers there at 6:30 in the morning type thing.
Oh, okay, you're right, and they combine most of the classes and stuff, because
Mhm.
there's not that many kids there. So where is this Primrose at? Is that in?
Erie.
In Erie?
Yeah.
Is there only one there in Erie?
Yeah, I mean, Primrose is like a chain of the school, but like
Right.
there's another one like in Thornton or something like that. And
But there's only one in Erie.
yeah, it was a teacher work day that day, so that's why they couldn't go.
That's what I was wondering, I'm like, so Friday they would normally go?
Mhm.
Okay,
They would normally go. That's why like I took that day off because like
you didn't have any daycare?
because she was leaving so early and whatnot. But yeah, we just played around that day and just I mean we went to a couple different places and.
And do the kids go 5 days a week there? Or how often do they go to?
Oh,
Primrose?
yeah, 5 days a week.
5 days a week. And what is the normal time that they go from? From like 8 to
Depending on when they kind of wake up and get ready, usually by 7:30, like 4.
7:30 to 4?
Yeah,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
And is this because Shanann is doing her Thrive stuff and you're at work at the
Mhm.
oil field?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, it's like when they're at school, she can really concentrate
sure.
on all that stuff right now.
Does she pretty much work from home?
Oh yeah,
Or-
she can work from anywhere.
But does she normally work like from a computer at home, or is she?
She just works from her phone. I mean, she uses a
phone.
computer, but she uses her phone mostly.
Not amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you can do anything from those things.
That's crazy. Okay, so you hang out, you guys are running errands, Target, grocery store, that kind of stuff. What time do you think you get home on Friday?
Probably about I would say probably about 4:30 or so.
Okay. And do you guys do anything else Friday night?
And just normal things like, just getting ready for bed or have dinner, getting ready for bed type thing.
Okay. Did you talk to Shanann that night?
Yeah,
Friday night?
yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Would you have FaceTimed her with the girls, or?
Oh no, when she's away and stuff like that, like we don't FaceTime the girls. They really react to that.
Oh, because they'd be upset.
They'd be
that she's gone.
upset, yeah, like Bella was asking a lot about her.
Okay. So did she talk to them, like as far as on a phone call, or?
No, there was no contact between her and the kids while she was gone.
And
That's normal,
Okay.
like if she, like last time, there was a Thrive event, that was like, she went to Canada, and like, it was like, we do not talk to the girls, like, they would literally like, have like a cry fest, like.
You're like, I can't handle that, so.
Well, I mean, she knows, like,
Yeah.
and like, it would really make her cry too.
Mhm. Okay.
So, it was just one of those deals.
Right, so what time do you think they go to bed on Friday night?
Probably about, about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you do Friday night?
I went downstairs and worked out and just kind of chilled out at the house and.
So your weight is in your basement?
Yes.
Okay, so you went and worked out, and then how do you chill out? Like, what do you normally do?
Sports Center, and just like, if there's a cool movie on to watch or something like that, and.
Did you have anyone over on Friday, or
Mhm.
anyone stop by, or
Mhm.
anything like that?
No.
Okay. And then what happened Saturday morning?
Saturday morning, kind of the same thing, like, Bella came in bed again, like when she wakes up, she comes into bed and just kind of lays next to me, and then just kind of waiting for Cece to wake up, type thing. And then I was gonna go to Costco that day, but Shanann said she'd just do it when she got back. Go back on Monday, get some chicken or vegetables and stuff like that. But I got most everything from that click list, the King Soopers. They were just hung out at the house and played outside, and before it got too hot outside, and just played in the playroom and did some things around the house because it gets so hot out there. Like, we couldn't go to the park because they were doing like some drainage thing. They had everything dug up, and whenever it does rain, it just like pulls up really high, and it was just one of those deals.
Because you're in a newer neighborhood, is that right?
Our house was built in 2013,
Oh, okay.
but there was already houses there. I think those houses have been there for a little while.
Oh, okay.
hmm
Okay. So you guys come in, or you're hanging around the house, playing around the house. So what happens around dinner time?
So Jeremy Lindstrom, one of his daughters, McKenna, watched the girls that night. I went to a Rockies game.
Okay.
Yeah,
Who did you go to the Rockies game with?
I was people from work.
And who did you go with from work?
It was Cody and.
Give the last names too, just because I don't know who these people are.
Oh yeah, it was like Cody Bourgeois and. Yes, because it was a raffle that we had from work.
Oh, okay.
So it was a work function, but it was Cody Bourgeois and Sam LaRue.
Those two guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So just
Yeah.
3 of you guys went?
Yeah, and then I came home about 11.
Did they win?
Yeah, it was a walk-off 3-run home run in the bottom of the ninth.
Nice. So this is Saturday night, right?
Saturday night.
So what time did you actually leave to go to the Rockies game?
It was like 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Did the game start at 7 or?
6:10.
6:10?
Yeah, I
Did
got
you
done.
stop and eat dinner
Yeah, the lazy dog.
or at the Lazy Dog?
Yeah.
Who did you eat dinner with?
About the same people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so got down there, the Rockies game, came back about 11 or so, stopped by at the gas station next to the house, got some money from McKenna, gave it to her.
What gas station is that?
The one right by our house,
Do you know what kind it is or?
Conoco.
Conoco?
I think it's next to a Pinocchio's restaurant.
Okay.
So
Is
got
the ATM inside?
Yes.
Obviously?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we got that. Talked to Shanann on the way home.
From the Rockies game?
Yeah,
How did you get there and back?
with the Lexus.
Oh, with Alexis. So did you pick up anyone on the way? Did you give rides
Mhm.
to anyone?
No.
You just met them down there?
Yeah.
Where were your seats? Do you remember?
That was on like the third baseline.
Like good seats?
They're decent.
First level kind of?
Like 10 rows up, probably, somewhere there.
Nice.
It was not too bad.
How much did you pay for the raffle?
Oh, it was just something to enter.
Oh,
Something to enter in there.
nice.
But they always have something like for a golf tournament. I'm not a golfer or anything like that, but it was just something to enter.
Do you and your, people you work with get together every once in a while?
Not mainly. This was just like a random thing. It was just something, I never won anything, so it was just like one of those random things.
Did you pick them to go?
I won that one ticket.
All 3 of you won
Yeah.
the ticket?
Yeah.
And did anyone
So-
else meet you guys there from work or?
No, it was just a random thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but when we got home, I called Shanann, I asked her how much to give McKenna, and she was like, it's like, do I give her 60 or give her 50? I was like, just give her 50, because it's like, okay, you don't want to overpay her. I'm like, okay. When I get there, and the Expedition was there, I think that was Jeremy's wife's car, and I gave her the money, and girls were fine. They ate pizza. I ordered pizza for them that night, for them like that. And then after that, I went inside, went to bed, and then.
Were the girls in bed?
Oh yeah, they were totally passed out.
And was the mom there to help McKenna, or?
No, I think she
Was it
dropped
her?
off the car, because I didn't see anybody in the car when I pulled up.
Oh, McKenna can drive. I don't even know how old McKenna
And
is.
she had her own car. She had a Jeep,
Oh, okay.
but I didn't see anybody in the car as far as her mom was, but I think they just dropped her car off, so like when I got home, they could just.
Okay. So, and I hate to keep going back to the Rockies game, but you were with your coworkers there. Did you mention to either of them about, issues that you're having
Oh,
with
Lord,
your
no.
wife or
No.
anything like that?
No.
Are these not those type
No,
of people that
no.
you would talk to like that?
No,
Okay.
nothing like that. Nothing at all like that. Cause it's personal type things. I didn't want people at work really knowing anything that I'm going through.
Mhm.
Only person I really told was my foreman, just because
Who is that?
Luke Apple.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I just told him I wanted him to be aware if he felt like my mind was not on task, that tell me and just send me home type thing.
Mhm.
Because at work, when you're there, you need to be, because there's so much pressure around. Not pressure, wellhead pressure,
Yeah.
that kind of pressure.
Dangerous.
Yeah, you stand in front of a master valve or a needle valve that could be open or something like that. So you don't want to be 100 pounds could kill you. but, I mean, like, I work around stuff that has, like...
So did he ask you why would your mind not be right?
I told him, like, you know, my wife and I are, you know, we're going through a few things right now, and that, like, you know, separation has been on the table. Like, I want you to know, like, my mind's gonna be on task, and I wanted him to know, like, you know, if you see, like, anything that I'm doing that you don't like, just let me know. Because my foreman, he's the one that's gonna, like, he's the one that's giving my performance reviews, he's my boss.
Is he out there when you're working and stuff?
He's in the office mainly, but he's one of the foremen that likes to go out to the field.
So he may see you out there?
Yeah, oh yeah, like, he likes to, like, if he has, like, meetings or whatnot, like, he likes to, or when he's done with meetings, he likes to get out of the office.
So what was his reaction to you when you told him that?
It's like, you know, just let me know if anything happens, and, like, you know, like, I won't tell anybody on the team or anything, like, our team, because, like, that's a personal issue, so, like, you know, I'll just keep me in the loop.
Okay.
Type deal.
And when you get home from the Rockies game, both girls are in their own bed?
Oh, yeah.
Do they always sleep in their own bed?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So do they have separate bedrooms?
Yes, I have
Okay.
an joint bathroom.
Okay.
Jack and Jill.
Okay. So tell me about Sunday morning when you wake up.
So Sunday morning, we wake up like normal, and like Bella actually goes into Cece's room and wakes her up this time.
Okay.
So it happens. But yeah, so that happens, and then we go downstairs and watch Bubble Guppies and stuff like that. And I put in bed a little early that day because Jeremy's son, Caden, called Buddy, he's turned 4.
Wait, are you talking about Sunday night already?
No, it's like Sunday afternoon.
Oh, you put him in bed for a nap?
Nap, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
nap time. Yeah, they have a nap in the middle of the day.
That's the best, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we go over there after a nap. I wake them up. We go straight there.
What time is that, you think?
So the part of that 1, I woke them about 12:30. Type deal.
Did you guys have a present for this little guy? Or
Yep.
And how'd you get the present?
Oh, we went to Target that day, and I got them a little dinosaur car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So earlier before their naps, you went
Yes.
to Target?
Yeah.
Okay.
When we got the dinosaur car.
Did you go anywhere else besides Target? Okay.
Not that Sunday, no.
Okay.
Like, as we got back, it was about that time, and they had some, for like that little early lunch, had some they wanted cold pizza. So that was their deal. It was the pizza left over from the other night.
Okay.
So they ate that, and they went and took a nap. And then after that, we went to Jeremy's house, and we were there for like 1:15 to like probably 4:30, 5 o'clock. Out there, it was like, I didn't know it was gonna be like a water balloon like pool thing. They had a little mini pool out there with water balloons and everything.
And what do you mean that, like you didn't bring swimsuits?
I didn't have swimsuits or water shoes with me or anything like that.
Okay.
So like it was,
They just get their clothes wet?
yeah,
Okay.
type
But they
deal.
love that.
Oh, no, Cece loves just getting in the water. Bella was more like taking the water balloons out and just like, you know, spraying them everywhere type deal.
Okay. So you get home about what time, you think?
About 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay, so what happens after that?
Immediately just put them in the shower and try to wash them off because they had, you know, sand and everything, because they had a little sandbox over there, like with their little playground. And so I just put them in the shower immediately, just wash them off. They can usually like wash their hair by themselves and whatnot. So
are you in the shower with them?
I'm
or-
on the outside.
On the outside.
Yeah, I'm just like, I let them kind of do their thing and wash them up and everything and get them dried off, put some lotion on, pajamas, go downstairs. They wanted pizza again, so cold pizza.
What kind of pajamas did you put on them?
Just for nightgowns.
What did those look like?
It's probably, I think Celeste had like a pink one with like little, like a drawing of like a bird or something like that.
Okay.
And Bella, it might have been one that said like believe on it, or it was a multicolored one, mine had a unicorn on it.
Okay.
They have so many of those nightgowns.
I don't know, is it a dress or are they pants for the
No,
shower?
it's like a dress.
Like
But it's
that?
like, yeah, it just kinda like falls down to their knee. It's hot, so they sleep hot, they sweat like crazy.
Okay. Do they take their pajamas off at all during the night?
No.
On their normal?
Cece has a nighttime diaper. She sleeps in a nighttime diaper.
But she doesn't, I mean, as far as getting hot and stuff, they don't like strip their clothes off in the middle of the night because they get hot or anything,
No.
or do they?
No, I've never seen them do that, unless they have pants on. Like if they have like they have their mermaid pajamas that has like a t-shirt and pants, they'll take that off.
The shirt part?
The pants.
Oh, the pants.
Yeah, because they get so hot.
Right.
So
Oh, I've never heard that yet. That noise.
Rinse that button behind you.
Is that what was beeping?
No, it was just like,
Oh.
maybe it was like that getting hit or something like that.
No, I wasn't touching it.
No, like in another room, I noticed
Oh.
they always have that.
Yeah.
They all have that.
Okay, so you get them in their pajamas,
Feed them dinner and
Yeah.
FaceTime Shanann's parents.
so not Shanann, just her parents?
Yeah, her parents.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so they FaceTime them for a little while, and after that they sit on their couch. They have a Minnie Mouse. Cece has a Minnie Mouse couch, and Bella has a Sophia, the first couch, and they chill there and give them a little snack. And Celeste has some vanilla wafers, Bella has some chips, and then they each wanted the switch after they were done. So, sorry. Bella had vanilla wafers after that, and Cece had some like Cheez-Its or something like that.
Okay.
And then after that, let's brush their teeth and got them ready for bed, and they both use the potty and like they normally do, and put them in bed.
Okay. Do they normally go to bed right away, or?
Well, they do lay in bed. Like they don't get out like once the rain machines are on and lights are out. Like Bella came out twice that time just because she knew like Shanann was coming home. Like I told her like, all right, she'll be home Monday, type thing, because like Shanann's not gonna just go in there and wake her up at like in the middle of the night type thing. So like I told her she'll be home, and she knew
When
like
you wake up.
yeah, she knew like, all right, time yet? Like she comes out like, she home yet? Like no, baby, just when you wake up. Okay, when you wake up, okay. About two times she came out asking about that, but Celeste hasn't done that yet.
So as far as, said you talked to Shanann at least one time to ask about how much to pay McKenna.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Shanann any other time?
Oh yeah, like during the day Sunday.
Okay, and how was that?
It was just fun, just talking about the kids and like, texting back and forth. I don't have much signal over at Jeremy's house. There's like a dead zone on Erie Parkway over there somewhere.
Did you send her pictures of the kids
Yep.
at the party and stuff like that?
Yep.
Okay. And what did was she happy about that?
I was like, yeah, I
upset,
miss them type thing,
Mhm.
Yeah, but like, I sent her pictures while she was gone.
What about like phone calls? Did you guys have any phone calls?
Yeah, we had a few. I couldn't call her over there because it was bad signal area. I barely get the text messages out. But yeah, I mean,
You didn't call her at Jeremy's, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I couldn't.
But the other time, like Saturday night?
Oh yeah, like everything. Yeah, we just talked and asked how everything went and everything like that. And once I got him home, like after the party and got him to bed and everything, told Bella's like, she knows you're coming home and she's ready and everything. And she was texting me like about like 'cause the power went out, I guess, in Arizona because of the dust storms, and her friend Addie and Cindy, like they paid for dinner and stuff like that. And Nicole and her were at the airport, and Addie's plane got delayed, and they were hoping theirs weren't getting delayed, but ended up getting delayed.
So what, like if you could have taken her pulse then, like how was she as far as communicating with you? Was she, like same old Shanann, or was she still kind of upset, or
It's
distant,
kind of hard to tell through those texts, but like she was ready to get home and see the girls and just be home.
But as far as her relationship with you, how did that feel to you?
I mean, it felt like she did when she left. Like it felt like like she was like in that state of mind where like, okay, she decided to be home. Like maybe she like. It's kind of hard to really tell, but through a text. But like, she wanted to get home and see us because she had been away. Like when she was in North Carolina 6 weeks, and then she comes home for 2 days and goes to Arizona. Like she only been home for like 2 days in a 6.5 week span. So she was just ready to be home, be with us, and just kind of like just be around us.
So, what time was she originally supposed to be home?
11.
Oh, 11?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously that gets delayed till whenever.
Yep. She got home. She didn't get home till like 2. She didn't leave there till like 11. I think they're an hour behind.
Okay.
In Phoenix.
Okay.
At this time of year, because they don't.
Did she text you when she landed, or did you know?
No, she texted me that it was delayed, and I think she texted me when she took off, but she didn't text me when she landed.
Okay.
I just felt her like get into bed.
Okay, and you said that was around 2, you think?
2 o'clock.
And you know there was a doorbell thing, is that what you said?
Yeah.
At 148?
Mm-hmm.
Describe the doorbell thing.
So it's got like whenever like a proximity, like she walks up.
Like a motion thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, is that tied to like a home security system, or is it just a single doorbell thing?
The doorbell like records it on to the our control panel.
So it's all tied together?
Yeah.
Like garage alarms?
Yeah,
door
everything.
Alarms,
Yeah.
window,
Yep.
whatever?
Well, there's no windows, but just like
Okay.
there's a living room like motion thing and a basement motion, and like we have open and shut sensors on the basement door and the sliding door, and obviously the front door and both garage doors.
So is it anytime they're open, or just if they're
Anytime
open
they're
for an
open. Both.
extended period of time?
So like if a door is left open, after a certain amount of time, it'll say the front door at 2825 Saratoga Trail has been left open.
So did it alert you that she was outside using the keypad to get in when she got home, or?
No, it picked her up walking up to the door.
And did it alert you back?
When I saw it the next morning when
Okay,
I
so
woke up.
it wasn't enough that it woke you up?
Oh
as an
no,
alarm.
no, it's very like a faint like ding type thing.
And what's the living room one? What's that for?
It's just a motion detector. Like if like you set alarm to away, like you know nobody's gonna be in the house. That's stuff like that. It'll pick that up and set alarm off.
Is it on when you're home though?
No, like if we set it to away while you're home, you're just gonna trip the alarm.
Okay, so you don't have any of those like active, I guess, when you're at
Well, it's always active, but it's not set to. You can set it to away and stay or disarmed, but it's still gonna pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Like if you look on my phone, like you go to the Vivint app, it'll show you like living room motion system detected.
So, and I guess, so just for my own knowledge, did you actually look at that, obviously when she went missing, and the girls, did you look at your living room alarms and that, to see if there was stuff going on in the
It
living
doesn't,
room?
like once, because we had so many like doorbell trips because it was messing up so much as far as like little things setting it off, I can only go to the history so far.
So you don't pay for the cloud storage for that?
No.
Okay. Is that an option?
They had never given it to me.
Okay.
But like,
So how far did it go back?
I'm not sure how many like different like events that it can store. Like it'll have notifications, you can scroll up, it eventually just ends. Not sure how long it'll actually keep it.
So when this all happened, did you look on there and it like?
The only thing that I saw that was really strange was that when I left, it said the garage door stayed open.
And no, so if that was on there at 5, whatever in the morning, right? Wouldn't the other stuff still be there too that happened after? Like if there was motion in the living room or the basement or whatever?
It should have been the only thing. There was like a basement door left open and garage door left open.
Oh, when was the basement door left open?
It was about the same time.
5:27?
Yeah, it was like within a minute.
And then what was the other one, did you say?
That garage door left open.
Was the basement door open when you went back?
Not that I remember. Like when I got there, everything was shut. Garage door was shut. Basement door was shut.
What, like, you go out to the basement, like,
The
is
basement
there a walkout?
No.
Oh,
It's a garden level.
okay.
So there's like the windows. I mean, you can see the backyard. It's not like one of the ones that's like a normal one where it's like a deep dive, like where you have to look up to see like the level of the grass.
So what's the basement door then? I guess
Oh, so the basement door is so like when you walk in you walk into the house through the garage, and then as you're walking to the living room, you take a right, and then that's the basement door that leads down into the basement.
Oh, so that door has an alarm?
That has a sensor that tells you when it's open, because you can, since it's a garden level basement, the windows, you can walk into the backyard and you can open a window. You don't have to dip down, you just open a window and you can walk in, type thing.
So there's an alarm on the
There's
door because
yeah, because like you could,
in case an intruder came in
yeah,
through
through the window,
basement?
yeah, like stuff like that.
Okay. And that one went off too? Like,
Yeah.
was that before the garage or after the garage? Which
I think
one
it
was
was,
first?
one was at 526, one was at 527. I think the 527 one was the garage, and the 526 was basement left open.
Do you get those a lot, or do you guys even hang out in the basement usually, or?
I'm usually down there just to like work out, but I didn't work out that morning, so like it definitely wasn't open when I left.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
I got off track.
You're fine.
So, the Ring doorbell goes to your phone. Like, how do you log into that system?
It's just an app.
It's just an app. What is the app called?
Business.
And does she have that app as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Should be on the phone.
Is it your login? Is it her login? You guys
Hers.
Oh, it's her login?
Yep.
So is it her email and password? What is her email?
Shanann Watts @gmail.com.
Okay. Do you know what her password is for that?
It should be like 428-4915, capital S, lowercase w.
Say that one more time.
428-4915, capital S, lowercase w.
Okay. Is that what she uses for other stuff, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Kind of common.
Yeah, it's her.
Her
yeah.
go-to password?
Yeah, it's a phone number.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. So.
It's a phone number, not hers, but it's a phone number.
Right. Okay. So I know, like, I have a Ring doorbell, and like our flag will shut it off sometimes. You know.
Yeah, that's why
I
took my flag down, because like it kept like after we had like the camera reset because it wasn't working for a little bit, it was picking up. I thought it was the flag, but like it wasn't. It was like picking up just like the tree moving around and bush, like a branch or something, or
the shadow or something. Like, yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
ours does that too. So, is that the system that was installed in the home when you moved in, or is that something that you guys
We did.
installed? When did you guys install that?
I would guess 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I think.
So are you completely asleep when she gets home?
Yes.
Do you hear her, like...
I feel her. I felt her like get in.
But as far as like, did you, was she putting away her luggage, you know, like...
No.
Like me, I'm crazy about, I need to unpack like the second I get home, no matter
It was
like
it was really late, but like I don't know.
You don't think she was unpacking
No.
suitcases
No.
or whatever? You think she just like
No, her
went up
suitcase
the
is still
stairs
home.
and...
Her suitcase is still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's one that would wait till the next morning when she woke up and unpack her suitcase kind of thing? Okay. And do her laundry.
Yeah, at some point in time, yeah.
Okay. So, you said the next thing you know is her getting into bed with you, is that right?
I felt her get in bed.
Okay.
We didn't say anything because I just kind of felt it.
Okay. Do you know if she was on her phone or like how any of that works?
I don't think she was on her phone, like, 'cause, I mean, it was really late.
So what is her, like, routine for when she comes to bed, like, before she gets into bed? I know it's kind of weird because she was coming from the airport, but, like, on a normal night, like, does she brush her teeth, take her makeup off,
Yeah,
like, give me that routine.
Yeah, so normally it's like, alright, she'll brush her teeth, she has some makeup remover, like a rag, and she'll do all that. She'll take her the balance, which is like something to help, like, stomach, you know, help everything. It's like I don't say like a laxative, but it's something like that.
Mhm.
But yeah, she'll go through, she'll do that, and then that's pretty much it. And then she'll lay in bed and she'll text people, call people, like if she needs to, as far as like anybody, a promoter, customer, anybody needs her.
Does she charge her phone next to the bed? Does she...
Usually.
Okay. What about, I heard she had an Apple Watch, is that right?
Yeah.
Does she charge her Apple Watch every night?
Charger's sitting right there next to it.
I mean, but does she do it every night, or does she wait till it's almost dead?
She usually does it every night.
Every night? So she doesn't sleep with her Apple Watch on?
No.
Does she sleep with anything else on?
Usually a t-shirt and underwear, that's about it.
T-shirt and underwear?
Yeah.
Okay. What about that night? Do you remember, or that morning, I should say?
I think it was a t-shirt. I think it was a t-shirt and underwear. I mean, that's because it gets so hot in the house. We had issues where the the AC for the top level has been like cutting out, so it just felt hotter upstairs usually.
Okay.
So like, I mean, I just sleep in boxers, and like I know that, you know, we're both like furnaces, so like when we're in bed, so.
Okay. So a t-shirt, underwear, like, do you know that, or are you just
I'm just
guessing?
guessing.
Okay. Did you see her, like, outside of the covers?
I just saw her like, you know, like here up, 'cause that's when like I felt her crawl in the bed.
Was there hugging or kissing or anything else that went on when she got into bed?
No, I just felt feel her get into bed.
Where is your, like, how do you sleep?
I sleep like facing the wall.
And what side of the bed do you sleep on?
So I'm on, like, if this is the bed, I'm on the right side, she's on the left side, so I'm usually like this. I'm usually on my back or side. I'm not a stomach sleeper or anything.
Okay, so your back is to her, basically.
That's when I kind of feel her, because that bed is, it's never feeding bed, but like, it sucks. And I could feel her get into bed.
Okay. And then, as far as, like, jewelry, does she take off jewelry? I don't even know if she wears jewelry.
The only thing she wears is her wedding ring.
Does she wear that to bed?
The only thing, like, only time she ever takes it off is to color her hair.
To color her hair. So she keeps it. Now, had she stopped wearing it at all because of, you know, you guys going through your hard time or anything like she wore it to Arizona and all of that? Okay. Okay. So, because I think, was her ring left in the house?
Yes, on the nightstand.
Was that unusual?
Very.
Like, you found that to be odd?
Yeah, if she colored her hair, it'd be in the bathroom. And then she put it right back on.
Did you see any evidence that she colored her hair, like to...
No, because she just colored her hair the week before.
Okay.
Because I think her mom and her, they're going to do it because her mom's a hairdresser.
Okay.
So
she does it with her mom, or...?
Well, she was going to do it because her mom's a hairdresser there, but I think she just colored it on her own.
Okay.
Because she was
asking... As far as,
asking...
like, evidence of maybe her changing her hair to a different color, like to, you know, disguise herself, like, did you get any...
Nothing. I mean, like, most of the time she likes to keep her hair black. So.
Okay. So she gets into bed, you feel her get into bed, and then is there a conversation at all?
When she gets into bed, no. Like, I wait till I get up.
Okay, and then you get up at 4,
get
do
ready.
your stuff.
Yep.
And then what happens after that?
That's when she had told me the night before, like, hey, you know, when I get home, I wanna get up so I can get this airport off, like take a shower, you know.
Tell me what that means.
Well, get the airport off of me, you know, like type of thing. Like, she didn't want to just, you know, get in that late and hop in the shower and stuff like that. She just wanted to go to sleep. So like, she wanted to get up, like when I got up, so she could take a shower.
She wanted to get up in 2 hours?
Well, no. She thought that like she'd be home at 11, but that wasn't the case.
Oh, so did she tell you that when she was supposed to be home at 11?
Yeah.
But did you think still, like, maybe she still wants to get up and...
No, I felt, if I assume, like, I know I'm just, you know, it's not
You'd be in trouble?
I would be in trouble. So
like, why did you wake me up? I was supposed to take a shower.
I've done that many times, and I learned that you have to just do what she says.
Okay.
So when it comes to that, because I don't want to make her mad, so.
Okay. So, she ends up, you wake her up. How do you wake her up?
I just, like, you know, like, I noticed, like, not to, like, you know, go like that, you know, just kind of, like, rub her shoulder, just kind of, like, really lightly, because she'll give me the alligator eye, like, one eye open, one eye shut type thing, and, like, look at me like, what the hell are you doing type thing. But, like, you just kind of, like, rub her head just a little bit, just kind of wake her up, like, slowly, not where it's, like, jolting her or anything like that, and that's how I woke her up.
So are you outside the bed when you're doing that?
I slid back into bed.
So you're in bed doing that?
Yeah,
okay.
On top of the covers.
Like, on top?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause I'm in my work clothes and everything like that.
Okay, and what did she say?
She's like, I asked her, like, hey, you wanna wake up, take a shower? And she's like, yeah, I'll do it. Stuff like that. And then I told her, like, can we talk a little bit? And she was like, yeah, let's talk.
Like, was she groggy at all, or was she?
No, she was pretty.
Pretty with it?
Yeah, pretty with it, and surprisingly, but, like, yeah, she was pretty with it.
Okay, and how did you start that conversation?
I told her, you know, like, we need to sell this house, like, we need to downsize, we need to get something to where we're not, it's not strapped so much. Because, I mean, the house, I mean, we're paying, like, I mean, can I go down how much we're paying a month for the house?
Yeah.
It's like $2,700 a month. And that's a lot, and, I mean, with the kids' school, like, it was a lot, so it was like, all right, if we can, like, sell the house, like, she had already contacted the realtor, like, the week before through an email, so, like, the realtor already kind of knew about, like, that we were interested in selling the house, so, like, we need...
And how long have you lived in that house?
2013.
Okay, so.
in May 2015.
Okay.
So like, yeah, I went through that, and actually like I was, maybe just get something smaller, like Brighton, North Glen, I mean, somewhere that's cheaper. I mean, I know nothing's cheap right now, which is something, but like, I told her, and told her about what I was feeling. Like, I didn't want to text her, I didn't want to call her about like a separation, like really, like, I wanted to be face to face with her talking about that. And
So tell me how that conversation went.
it was just about like, I just don't feel the connection anymore, and that like, how we were together, like, it just wasn't working anymore, and that like the love that we had in the beginning, I don't feel that anymore. And that, I mean, she said, like, it was more of just crying and emotional, and it was.
Was she mad at all?
I mean, crying like she was, crying like I was. I mean, yeah, I mean, she was upset, but I mean, it comes with that kind of conversation. Like, I didn't.
Did she accuse you of anything?
I mean, being a woman, I mean, she's like, is there somebody else? I'm like, no, there's nobody else. I mean, this is me talking to you about this. This isn't like somebody came into my life and took me from you. This is, me talking to you. This is just me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no outside influence coming from this. Like, this is this is how I feel.
Did she seem like she believed that?
When I told her there was nobody else,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean, I believed her when, like, I believe that she would never have, like, an affair on me, and she knows that I wouldn't do that to her. Like, we've talked about that before, like, many times, like.
Has she ever accused you of that in the past?
No.
Has she ever, like, suspected, like, anyone else that you're close to?
Like, way, way, way early in our relationship, like, when we first got together, and I was still getting messages from girls that I was friends with, and she'd ask questions and like stuff like that, like, who's that, like, how do you know her, like, and I would just like, not talk to them anymore, just like ease her mind type thing.
Was she like a jealous person that would, look through your phones, or?
I mean, she had full access to my phone.
I know, but did she?
I'm sure if she used my phone for Facebook or like Thrive or Instagram.
She would use your phone for that?
She used, yeah, because she would run like some of the Thrive stuff through me. Like, she would like make a post for me or something like that.
Oh.
Stuff like that.
Did you do that as well? Like, would you log into Facebook or whatever?
No. Like the only reason I logged in on Facebook like the last 2 days is to show the cops like other pictures and stuff like that, or show like the news crew a picture or something like that.
Okay.
Because she had it on my phone as well. She could just like log in there too. She needed. If like she did it because like sometimes her phone messed up and she just used my phone and it's boom, it's right there.
And then hers was on yours as well. Is that right?
No, she just used mine.
No, but as far as you being.
Oh yeah. She could toggle back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, she just log out of hers and go into, it was one of those things, like, she knew I couldn't sell.
She was trying to help you out.
Yeah, it's like, she would just use, like, any friends that I had, and just went from there.
Okay.
People
So
get
how did the conversation with her, like, how long did it last, would you say?
Say, like, from 4:15 to just, like, closer to, like, 5.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little confused, because you talked about that you were telling her, let's sell the house and get a house, like, cheaper in Brighton.
Well, just, like, I wanted to sell the house just to, like, so we can get, like, if we do separate, like, we'd have, like, some money to ourselves, and we could, like, if, I was hoping she would stay here, like, because she had told me before, like, if we did separate, like, she couldn't afford to live here on her own, and she said neither could I. I was just like, give it a shot, like, whatever money that we could get from the house, like, 50.
So you weren't talking about you guys buying a house together somewhere, it was more like,
I mean,
let's
sell
sell
the
it,
house.
split it, and then
Sell
we
it
can.
and just, like, we can go, like, we can have some money left over, like, and be close to each other.
Tell me about, I know it sucks having to sit here and talk to someone about all this stuff.
That's what I needed to do here.
Tell me about your financial situation. I know $2,700 is a lot for a house payment.
Yeah, I mean,
how much were you paying at Primrose?
I think last year we paid like $25,000.
So what is it
It was like
usually a
18 to
month?
20,000.
What's your bill usually?
With I think it's closer to like $500 some dollars a week.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. What other bills do you guys have that are big?
Surgeries from Shanann's neck surgery.
What happened to her neck?
Disc that was compressing down. There was like nothing, like there was no like fluid that like the spinal cord with the fluid, the support. It was just bone on bone.
Mm.
And she has a scar like right here.
Did she have insurance when that happened?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
It's
it was
just whatever's left.
But it was like over $100,000 surgery.
So how much do you guys will have left to pay on that?
She covered all the finances as far as like that.
How long ago was that?
That surgery, it was last. No. It was earlier this. I could look on my phone. I thought it was last. Yeah, it was last year because I remember Christina from Hawaii came to help, and it was during football season.
Okay.
So I think it was last August, September, October, somewhere around there.
Okay. So fairly recently.
Yeah.
Okay. So what other big bills do you guys have?
CC's, like endoscopies for EOE, because she had acid reflux.
Okay.
And allergy testing, and CC had a clogged tear duct. And
I had that too. That was not fun.
yeah, tubes in their ears, and their adenoids removed.
Oh goodness.
So there was that. Yeah, there was that.
What medication are they on? Are they on some medication?
They have inhalers for like they were going through like it was like they said it was like child asthma, but they couldn't call it asthma because they're so young. So they would have like a little inhaler, the albuterol inhaler there, and CC had Singulair, which was for allergy, like,
Okay.
and Bella and CC had Omeprazole too for the acid reflux.
Okay. And that's the stuff that you give them at night, pretty much?
Omeprazole, I just kind of give CC that when just throughout the day, like 30 minutes before she eats. If I gotta remember like somewhere in there. And Singulair I give it to her at night.
Okay. Okay. So what other big bills do you have?
I think that was mainly what we and some credit card bills.
How much do you think you owe on credit cards total?
Take it as like a random guess. I'm gonna guess about 8,000 to 10,000.
Okay.
I have like.
You don't do the finances?
No, because I mean, yeah, because she knew like from when she met me, like the one stupid thing that I did was that I sold my 4-wheeler for less than I owed on it, and she was like, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. You're never touching the finances. I'm like, okay, I can deal with that.
Right. What about like car payments and stuff?
The car was paid for by Lavelle.
What's that?
The car was paid for by Thrive. Lavelle is the company, and Thrive is the product.
Oh.
So if your team sells over $12,000 a month, they give you a car bonus.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they pay the bill, the car bill?
Yeah, they give you $800 a month.
And can you drive the car? Like, is it a family car?
Yep.
Very nice.
Yep.
Wow. Strike thing is kind of crazy. Okay, so what about any other bills or any other?
In between the surgeries and the kids' little operations and credit cards and the house, just like utilities, stuff like that. And we did file for bankruptcy like 2 years ago, just because of everything that was like on our plate.
And how much was discharged in that bankruptcy?
Oof, I am not sure.
Like just bare ballpark. Did it include, cars and all sorts of stuff?
No, cars wasn't part of it because she was with Lavelle at that point in time. I think it was mainly like a lot of like maybe furniture that we owed on, everything that. I mean, it's hard to put even a ballpark number, honestly, because it wasn't medical. Like medical bankruptcy is different than just normal bankruptcy, I think. So like none of that was touched, and the house it was still that wasn't part of it either.
You didn't touch that, yeah.
No, so it was just like anything else that was like outstanding or pending. but I couldn't even put a ballpark on it. I really don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay, that's okay. So how would you, like, classify your financial situation?
I mean, with everything that we have going on, I mean, like, when the kids, like, go back, when they're going back to school, it'd probably be, like, pretty much, like, check to check if, you know, because most, like, she had taken out a loan on my 401k as well to catch up with the house payments.
Okay. How much did she take out?
10,000?
Okay, when was that?
So, I'm gonna say 5 months ago.
Okay.
I'm just ballparking that.
Okay.
Because we were like almost 3 months behind.
Okay. Was it close to being repossessed, or were you guys
No, like,
embarrassed about that?
we had a letter from Chase. That's who the lender's from.
How did she feel about the situation you guys were in?
I mean, she was stressed out about it. I mean, that's why we took the 401k loan out. That was the max we could do, and just put it all towards the house and like get caught up.
Mhm. So are you current right now?
I just gotta pay August.
Okay. When was that due on the 1st?
It's due by the 16th.
About 16th? Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you guys get health insurance through your job?
Yeah, United Healthcare.
Okay. How much do you pay for that each month?
I think it's like $350 something. Oh, every two weeks.
350?
I think it's I'm trying to think now.
Is it 700 a month?
It's, I have to look at my last pay stub, but maybe it's like 500 something a month. So I'm trying to think, like, I'm looking at all the deductions that we have coming out for like me plus spouse and child type thing.
Mhm.
So they don't classify it as like, you know, like if you have another child it goes up. It's just like, you know, you plus spouse plus child.
For family, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's every 2 weeks. I pay bi-weekly, so I'd have to look at my last check, but I think it's about, maybe it's like 5 something a month.
Okay. So that's health insurance. What about life insurance? Do you guys have any life insurance?
Yes. Yeah, I got one for Shanann through work, and then one for both kids through work. I think Bella and Celeste is like a 20,000 one. I think that was the max you could do.
20,000 a piece?
Yeah, I think that's what the
So
max you can do.
Cover funeral costs?
Yeah, and then like, I think Shanann's is like 50 or 100, so that's the max you could do.
Okay. Do you guys have any like other place life insurance with any other?
I think
companies?
Shanann has like her own, and I have my own type thing.
Okay. How much do you have on you?
Oh, no clue.
Why wouldn't you know what you have?
No,
Did she get it?
She did it. She does.
Oh,
She does
okay.
all that. Like, cause like I think the person who introduced us, my cousin's wife, she did like the insurance. I think she did it through her.
Oh, and what's her name again?
Her name's Nicole, cause they're not together anymore. Nicole Kennedy.
Nicole Kennedy?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not married anymore?
No.
Are you guys still close with her, or like, would you talk to her?
No, I don't think Shanann and her had fallen out.
They did have a
Yeah.
falling out?
There's something about like her old boss and like some like money thing as far as like him and some like it was something that I didn't know about.
Are you starting to say embezzling?
Yeah.
Okay, like the boss was embezzling, or did they accuse Shanann?
I think it was the other way around, but I had like no like really details about it, and it was just like one was saying one thing, one was saying the other. I was like,
I just want to make sure I'm not getting this mixed up in
Yeah.
my head. The boss maybe accused Shanann of embezzling money?
Yeah.
And how long ago would that have been?
Well, that was like right before I met her.
Like 2010?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was she working? Was she working at that?
Like her boss was the one that owned all the wheel shops. And I think Nicole Kennedy gave her, she did insurance at that point in time. And
Okay. So whatever happened with that? Like the boss accusing your wife of...
they're still good friends.
The boss and your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like putting everything out on Facebook, like to everybody. He has contacts all around the world.
Mhm.
So they're still like, yeah, she's trying to get him on Thrive and all that kind of stuff. I think he actually uses it, but not right, but he uses it.
Okay. And then you said Nicole and Shanann had now falling out because of that.
Nicole Kennedy. There's like.
There's so many Nicoles.
There's Nicoles, there's Nicks. I don't want to get all this like mixed up. So yeah, Nicole Kennedy, yeah.
Okay, but you don't talk to Nicole Kennedy either?
I haven't talked to her in years.
She didn't reach out to you after all this
No.
happened or anything like that?
No.
So do you have any idea like what policy Shanann would have gotten on you? Like how big it would have been, or you probably know what you're worth.
I don't. I know I have like a dismemberment thing at work. If I get dismembered, it's like $250,000 or something like that. But as far as like anything outside of work, I have no clue about the dollar amount. I know she set all that up.
Okay. For her and you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever help her with that at all?
Mm-hmm. Like she handles all that. Like she always did books at the jobs, like at the wheel stores and everything like that. And she was really good at it.
Okay.
I mean she's great with money. So.
Who, Shanann?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she knows exactly like, all right, I don't need to pay this right now. I can pay all this. And like she knew like where to divvy out her money.
Like a shell game. I'll pay this right now, yeah.
And she knew what the priorities were.
Mhm.
So
how are you, how are you right this moment with your financial situation? Like, do you have money open on credit cards, money in the bank, like that kind of stuff?
yeah, so I think in Chase we have like maybe like 2,000 in there. In USA probably about 1,500.
Are those checking accounts or those just
Checking.
Checking.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as credit cards, like most ones I haven't used credit cards because I know they're like pretty much like she pays the minimum on it, so like I don't use them.
Like maxed out probably. Pretty close.
More than likely, I mean if they're with the interest payments and whatnot, just pay the minimum. They don't go down much, but like I know like Capital One maybe has like $100 left to spend on it or something like that, and like the Credit One and the other Capital Ones, like I know those probably don't have much on them, so I don't even use them.
So when you're talking to Shanann, obviously in the bed about, your financial situation and that you think you should separate and that kind of stuff, like, does she ever like act out against you, like, being pissed off, like slap you?
No, it's talking about financial situation in general.
No, like that morning when you guys are talking in bed and she's crying and upset, like, does she act out?
Oh no, we've
you?
never like raised a hand to each other, struck each other. Like we don't even really yell at each other. Like it's like when we talk, it's pretty civil. I mean, she didn't raise a hand, she didn't yell, she didn't do anything like that.
Okay. And you?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So when is how long did you guys end up talking in the bed?
So it was almost about 5.
Okay, so about 45 minutes?
Yeah, it was like give or take, yeah.
Okay, and then she tells you, I'm taking the kids to a friend's house, but I'll be back later.
Yeah.
And she didn't tell you what friend that was, or did she?
That's why I was very vague, and that's why I texted her later that day, like, hey, like, if you could tell me where you went and where the kids are, like, where you took the kids, like, yeah. I'd like to know.
Okay. And then, you do what after you get out of bed?
Yeah, so like I go downstairs and pack my lunch, make a protein shake, down that, fill my water jug up, get my computer, get my book bag, and put some more tools in my truck.
And your truck is where at this time?
It's over on the corner of the house. Yeah, it's over on the west side.
And that's where you normally park the truck?
Like either there or across the street where the neighbors is over there. Because I had parked over there because there's somebody going through the garages and cars parked on the outside and like stealing stuff.
Like in your neighborhood or just in Frederick?
In our neighborhood. There was like 3 or 4 nights in a row, like they found somebody, like on cameras. Like,
so are you saying you parked the truck a little closer to your house, or?
Well, like sometimes I was parking on the neighbor's side where his camera faces.
Oh, just so they can catch it.
Just cause my doorbell camera doesn't reach that far.
Okay. And do you know what his camera angle is? Like, have you looked at his surveillance video?
He told me where to park it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
So that it could watch it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He told me to park it like right. I didn't want to park in front of the driveway because I didn't want somebody to back into it. Like if his wife or somebody forgot, like, oh, there's not usually a truck there or something like that. They want them to back into it.
Sure. So tell me that morning exactly what you did with your truck and.
Yeah. So I got in my truck pulled forward, backed up to my garage so I can get everything in, because like, since it was over the weekend, like, I had everything already inside. Like, I wanted to just I had my big clear container, I had my O-rings and like my headphone or my earbuds and everything like that, and I had to get a couple like combination wrenches, opening wrenches from my toolbox. I knew like I was going to rebuild some a stuffing box that day, or helping Troy do that, and Cody and Melissa and Chad were going to be out there too. So I had to get some opening wrenches and stuff like that out of my own toolbox, because that works better than the ones, like, because they're longer, more torque on them. So
Okay.
got all that, threw it in my truck.
And are you talking about you threw stuff in the back of your truck, or
No,
in
in
the passenger
And
compartment?
for passenger, I got 2 big clear containers in there where I keep things organized. So that I like if I have somebody riding with me, like if I have like a ride along or something, like, because I do trainees every once in a while,
Mhm.
so that they can have their stuff in there too, so I can just slide stuff over, move it, and just like they can just jump in too.
Okay. Okay. So, you load all that stuff up, and then, like, how long do you think that takes you to do that?
Probably 10 minutes.
Okay.
So
And
like
then,
5:15 to like 5:25 or so.
okay. And are you actually backed into the garage, or just in the driveway?
Back then, I was like not really back into the garage, because her car was sitting in the garage.
So how far in the garage do you think you were?
Quarter of the way.
A quarter of the way?
Well, because not a quarter, I mean like an eighth of the way.
Okay. Is it a big truck? I haven't seen it.
It's F-250.
Okay. Big truck.
Yeah, it won't fit in the garage because it's too long, so.
Okay. So you load all that stuff up, and then what do you do from there?
Get in the truck and pull forward, close it, or hit the button for the garage door to close and drive off.
So how often do you actually take your tools out and put them in the garage or in the house or wherever you put them?
I'll take that container out. I usually do it like on the Friday, like I got everything done, and like get it in there, get it in the house.
So is that normal that you would take it out on Friday, and then that Monday when you go to work, you would back your truck in and load your stuff in? I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty normal for me.
that's a normal
Yeah.
routine that
Yeah.
you do? Okay. Just because you don't want to leave it out there for the weekend,
No,
over the weekend?
yeah, like, 'cause that's, especially if somebody's like riding or like going around trying to steal stuff out of like trucks or things in the.
But during the week, you at least
Oh, yeah,
park it in front
yeah.
of the camera or something?
Or yeah, like I'm usually pretty upright, or I'll like back it in on one side where like if somebody had to go up to my truck, maybe my doorbell camera will get it.
Okay, okay,
Just something like that, just something trying to be like proactive about it.
sure. So, you end up pulling out, do you put the garage door down? when you-
Yeah, I hit it. I hit the opener.
Give me an idea of the route that you take to work, because I don't know this area and how you get to work and stuff like that. It seems like you kind of work out in the middle of nowhere, so.
Yeah, like.
What's the route you took?
So like,
that morning?
we'll have like 52, I'll have like 52, and then go out to like, well, I went out to.
So start from like your driveway, like what street you're on, unless you get right out to 52.
Oh, it's on the like Saratoga Trail, and then Wyndham Hill Parkway.
And just tell me rights or lefts that you're going.
Okay, so Saratoga Trail, take a right, Wyndham Hill Parkway, roundabout, take a right on County Road 7, take a left, County Road 52, take 52, and this morning I went out to location, so we're down 52 east, out to I-76, out to, I don't know that road, but out to Rogan, and out to a ranch, Sawyer Ranch. I don't know, it's like 380, kind of like 386 or something like that.
Do you have like a GPS that
Yep.
gets you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, no, well, I knew the way out there.
Oh.
My whole area, like, I know where everything is.
Do you have a truck GPS, like
Yep.
a
Yep.
Garmin or whatever in your
No,
truck?
no,
or
like,
anything?
it's just one that, like, tracks your speeding and, like, hard braking and stuff like that.
Oh, like your employer has a
Yeah.
GPS on your truck? Oh, okay.
Seatbelt usage and stuff like that.
But as far as like one.
Oh, no, like,
in your-
on my phone, well, on my work phone, there's like a well navigator type thing. Like if I was going to a spot, like out of my area type thing, like I could use it for that, but usually I can just like type it in my computer on the directory, and I can look up county road, like intersections, and I can get there that way. But all the ones I have in our area, like from County Road 22, south, that's our area, all the way like to the airport.
Okay.
So like I've been to pretty much every single one of them. So like if somebody says I'm at the Thomason 2116, like okay, I know where that's at. or someone tells me I'm at the Ritchie gas unit number 1, I know where that's at. Someone tells me I'm at the Mars 28C, I know where that's at.
Okay.
'Cause,
So this one you went to what? Which wells did you go to when you?
So I went to the Survey 319, Survey 1129, Survey 1029, Survey 629.
So which one did you go to first?
319.
319.
Yeah.
Was anyone else there?
They showed up afterwards. Like Troy showed up, Melissa, Chad showed up, and Cody was at the 1029.
And I know Troy's last name.
McCoy.
Melissa.
Parrish.
And then.
Chad McNeil.
And who was the
Cody
other?
Roberts, he was out on the ranch as well, but he wasn't at that one yet.
Okay. So you get out there about what time you think?
Probably about 6:45 or so.
Okay. And you get out there, you're by yourself out there?
At that point in time, because Cody Roberts, he had reported that he had a leaking line out there on the back pressure line, I know this might make sense, but on the back pressure line going up to the tank, and there was a spot on the ground, like a wet spot, like oil was leaking.
Okay.
So he said like it just kind of happened on Friday, and Troy told me about it. I told him like, Dad, we'll check it out.
So did you go right there with him to try and help him fix that, or?
Well, Friday I wasn't at work.
No, I mean, but Monday morning, because wasn't
Like he was gonna meet me out there,
Oh.
but he decided to go to that 1029 first to check on that pumping unit, get it trying to stroke up, trying to see if it'll like get some pump action downhole.
Okay, so you're at 6:45 at
The
well
319.
319, and where like what time do your other people show up?
Probably about, I'm gonna say about 7:15, 7:30, somewhere around there. And I'm trying to pressure test the line to see if I can find a leak.
Did they
And-
see you, like, I mean,
Yeah.
is this, like,
Yeah.
your truck's out there, and
Yeah.
you're out there,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah,
okay, you
everybody-
having conversations?
Yeah, oh yeah, everybody's out there, like, we're pressure testing the line, we're digging that line down a little bit so you can see something spraying out, and like,
So why are they not there when you're there?
they went to the office first. Most of the time, like, either they go to the office first or you go to the field first, one of the two.
Okay.
Like, we have a couple guys that start out in the field, some people start out in the office. I just knew he had a leak there over the weekend, I was just like, alright, let's see what this is. I don't want this, like, getting, like, somewhere where it's gonna get so big that it's gonna be like, alright, we've got, like, a health safety environmental issue on our hands, that's like there.
Okay. And as far as you leaving at 5:30 and getting to your place at, 6:45, is that normal, like you would normally leave
That's
at
just,
5:30?
like, yeah, I usually do between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Okay.
I just knew it'd take us a little while to get out there, I wanted to be out, like, but we usually like to start work at like 6:30.
Okay.
So like, if I'm going to the office, I'll leave like 5:50 or so.
Did you pick up anyone on the way or
no,
stop
like-
anyway?
oh.
Like at the convenience store, gas station, any stops
No,
on the way out there?
no.
Okay. So you go straight out there, all of a sudden the coworkers start showing up around
Yeah.
7:15, 7:30.
Yep.
And then how long are you at that well?
Probably till, cause we were at that 1029 like for most of the day. I know at the 1029 we were probably there at 11. Cause we were there, or probably maybe about 10 o'clock we were there. But at that one location, probably about an hour. Trying to get, cause we had to dig out that line right where it was leaking, right where like, cause when the pipe comes out of the ground, it was leaking like maybe like a foot underneath it. And what had happened, like either like something like ate through it or corroded the pipe. And when we were pressure testing the line up to a certain PSI, we finally got up to a certain PSI, and it just started just like bubbling oil out of the ground.
Mm.
And it was,
I don't know anything about that, but that sounds bad.
I can show you a picture, but it's on the phone.
That doesn't sound like that's how it's supposed to work, so.
Yeah.
Okay. So 11 o'clock, you're at 10:29.
Yeah, I hit the other two locations I told you about in between, because the 1029 we were there for the rest of the day, until I left.
So 3:19 till when, do you think?
Probably till about 8.
8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And then you go to which well?
I stopped by that 629, but I wasn't there for very long, probably like 30 minutes or so, because I had some whip checks that because that wellhead we were getting ready to turn back on, but it was missing 2 parts at the wellhead. I thought I had 2 whip checks, only had 1, so I was like, oh, gonna do that.
And who is at that well when you get there?
No, that was there.
Okay, and then the next well number is what?
The 1129, I drove over there to see if it was ready to run. It wasn't, so.
And what time do you think you got there?
Probably about 9.
Okay. And then you were there till 11, is that what you said?
No, I was there till probably about 10.
Oh, 10, okay.
Yeah.
And then where did you go after
So
that?
1029.
Oh, you were there from 9
These
to
are
10.
all well numbers.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
I know this is all like,
no, it's good. So you were there from 9 to 10 at
Yeah.
the one before 10:29.
Yeah.
And then you were at 10:29 from 10 o'clock till...
Until I left. Until like 2 o'clock, or till 1 o'clock when I left.
Till 1 o'clock, okay.
Yeah, because we were there for a while. We had to replace stuffing box rubbers and take everything apart because the rods were getting so hot.
And who was at 10:29?
That would have been Cody Roberts, Chad McNeil, Melissa Parrish, Troy McCoy. Those are all.
So you guys all kind of just hop
Yeah.
around to different
Yeah.
wells or whatever?
On that day we did.
Okay.
Because Melissa Parrish, she's one of our green hats that's a trainee. And it was Cody's route, and Chad is another one of our field coordinators along with Troy.
Okay.
Mm.
So they were kind of showing her the ropes and that
Yeah,
kind of stuff? Okay.
definitely.
Okay. Anyone else of your coworkers or anyone else out there?
Nope, that was the only ones.
Would anyone else have seen you either on the way out there or, out there when you were...
No. Like I said, I didn't stop anywhere, like, I
Did
knew
you
that.
wave to anyone? Did you know, anything like that you can remember?
no.
I know it's early in the morning.
I didn't, I mean, I called a few people, like, while I was out there, but for some reason, like, it, you know, like, when you call somebody, and it just says, like, connecting, or whatever it's doing, and it doesn't, like, start to actually ring until the seconds start to come up, like, 1, 2, 3,
Oh, right.
but it just kept, like, said dialing, or it's up for some
And who were
reason.
you trying to call while
I
you
was
were out
trying
there?
to call Cody Roberts, trying to call, Troy and Chad.
And none of those went through?
No, they were trying to call me, and it said the number you have dialed cannot be completed as dialed, or something like that.
Okay. Did you make any other phone calls?
That was it, like, I texted them.
Texted Cody and
Yeah.
them?
Yeah.
And you texted
And then,
your
and then I,
wife
and then I got a hold of Luke. I think I finally got either from this phone or this phone, and told him, like, hey, I'm out here.
Like a phone call?
Yeah.
Or- okay.
Yeah.
And why did you, is that normal that you would?
Well, I was
do
just
that?
telling, because, like, it seems because, I think, Troy or Chad told him, like, yeah, we were trying to get a hold of you. And, like, nothing, every time it said, like, the phone number cannot complete it as dialed. And I was like, okay, I'll call him and let him know, like, hey, you know, I'm not sure what's going on with his
Kinda
phone.
weird.
Yeah, because that place sometimes, you get hit, in the oil field in general, it's hit and miss. As far as, like, because sometimes you have, like, a radio tower here and there, that just knocks out everything.
Okay, and you said you tried earlier that you tried to call Shanann, is that right?
I texted her at, like, 7:40,
Sorry, just let me see that, I'm still going. You texted her when?
7:40 in the morning.
Okay. And then, did you ever try and call her during the day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm not sure what time it was. I can't get that far on my phone now.
Did
'cause,
that
well,
go through, that
Yeah.
call? And
I did it from this phone.
And did she just not answer,
Yep,
or?
I just went to voicemail.
Okay, okay. And then, did you call anyone else?
Mm-mm.
Did you call the police department, did you call, Nicole, I can't remember if you...
Oh, like from, like, right after I couldn't get a hold of her?
Yeah,
So, like, at 12 o'clock, I texted her, or I called her again, and at 12, I texted her again, like, hey, call me. And then at 12:10, that's when Nicole showed up at the house. So I got a alert saying the doorbell detected a visitor. And that's when I called her about 12:20, like, hey, what's going on? And she said that, you know, Shanann hasn't got a hold of anybody or answered anybody for today since she got home, so.
okay.
And then I asked her, like, alright, just like looking at, she said the house or the shoes were laying next to the door and the car was still in the garage.
Is that weird, the shoes thing? Why did she bring up the shoes thing?
Well, because she could see them sitting right there.
I mean, but are they
That's the one,
significant?
that's the ones, like, she was wearing, I guess, in the airport
Oh,
type thing.
are those the ones she wears? Like
She has a
daily?
couple different flip-flops that she wears, but those are, I think, those are the ones she probably wore from the airport,
Okay.
because they were sitting next to the door.
Did you find any of her shoes missing?
She had a whole shoe closet.
You wouldn't know? If there were some missing?
I mean, it goes up the wall,
Okay,
so.
okay. I thought I heard something, maybe you called, Primrose, or...
Yeah. I asked
No.
that, I don't remember what time that was, I asked if the kids were there.
Oh, okay. Was there any other conversation you had with them, or?
Well, I just told them, like, if that we're more than likely gonna be putting the house up for sale, and that, like, I'm not sure if they're gonna be, like, 'cause we might not be in the area anymore, but I wanted the kids just back on the waiting list if we're not gonna be there.
Sure. I know, like, at our daycare, they charge on Mondays for the
Yeah.
week.
Mhm.
Is that how Primrose works, or
Yes.
how do they do it?
Yeah, 'cause, like, that was gonna be their first day back,
Okay,
yeah.
And they would have charged your card or whatever, $500 or?
Or when they showed up, yeah.
Okay, okay. So you were just giving them a heads up?
Yeah.
And did you already know that they weren't gonna be there?
No, that's why I called them just to see, like, if they were there or not, because she said she was gonna take the kids to a friend's house.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, okay. That's why I called, like, maybe she ended up taking them there.
Oh, okay.
But, no.
Okay. Any other phone calls to anyone else?
Other than Nicole, like, when she showed up at the house.
That was pretty much it?
Yep.
Okay. And then you can't get a hold of her, Nicole's there, and then that starts that whole process where you end up driving home. Is that right? Did you call anyone on the way home, or call anyone on the way home?
I called Lou, let him know, like, hey, I'm going home and can't find Shanann, or the kids don't know where they are. And he's like, okay, just let me anything.
Okay. He seems like a pretty cool boss.
Yeah.
He's pretty understandable.
Yeah.
Understanding, I should say. Okay, so you're driving home, you're calling Luke, did you call anyone else, text anyone else?
Mm-hmm.
What route did you take to get home?
Same one, like I-76 west, and then 52 west, and then took that home.
Okay.
That's pretty much 76 to 52. That's runs right.
How big is this area, this ranch or whatever that you guys are working on?
Huge.
Like, give me like is it miles by? Like,
I mean, we're not the only operator out there. There's like Verdad, there's Lost Creek, there's.
But your area that you're responsible for, where the wells are on, like.
So that one, as far as square mileage, like maybe 10 to 20 square miles, like as far as width goes. Like if I, cause like, yeah, I mean it's huge.
And that would be just your responsibility?
That's our area. That's Cody's route.
Okay.
Because we have 6 route operators, and they all have individual routes.
So what else is on this land besides?
Cattle.
Cattle?
Lots and lots of cattle and sheep.
Okay.
And lots of like little irrigation, like spots where they eat, and trees and sunflowers and lots and lots.
So
of
like when you're
sunflowers.
driving out to the wells, is there actually a road that you guys made, or is it
It's full. Sometimes it's a road. When the cows and everything get on it, it gets really soft and really like shake your truck type thing.
Mhm. Okay. As far as your truck goes, obviously it's a work truck, I'm
Yep.
assuming. Are you allowed to have other people in your truck? Like as far as civilians, like your wife, your kids, anything like that?
They played in my truck a few times because it's Daddy's truck, you know, like they played in there a few times and whatnot.
What about Shanann? Has she ever ridden in your truck before?
Not to work, but she's been in it before.
Okay.
Just like just seeing what all I had in there and everything like that, what I take to work and stuff like that. Yeah, she's been in there before.
Okay. But it's
Yeah,
not
but
like a regular thing?
oh, like we're not really allowed to like take civilians like places in it, but other Anadarko employees or like when I have a trainee and stuff like that, like they ride with me.
Okay, and that's totally fine.
Yeah, definitely.
So you get home, and obviously you said you open the garage door and go through the house. Tell me all the things that seemed odd about the way the house was.
So
it's odd.
It was the car being there with the car seats. That was odd. The purse, wallet, still being there. Phone's a big thing for me. That's still there.
She seemed like she was pretty attached to her phone.
Well, everybody knows she is. She's very attached to it.
Okay.
And kids' medicine. Those are the odd things.
What about her med? Does she have medicine that she would take?
Only one she takes regularly is Imitrex, and that was not there. Like the medicine she had in her purse was for nausea, not Imitrex.
Oh, what is Imitrex for?
Migraines.
And that was gone?
That was not in her purse. Like the one that they said was in her purse, they thought was Imitrex, no, it was like for nausea. Once I read it.
Okay. As far as, do you think it could have been in her luggage that she left there, or?
Not sure. It would have been in her purse.
Okay. Did you go through her luggage? Like
No.
looking for clues, or?
I didn't go through her luggage yet.
Okay.
But like her Imitrex stuff expects to have that like, you know, within hand's grasp.
And you said the kids' beds were like pulled back, or how were the kids' beds?
They weren't made.
They weren't made?
No.
Okay. Is that normal?
Pretty normal.
Okay.
For the morning, yeah.
Okay.
Especially because the kid, they just like throw everything and just like get out of bed.
And what was your bed? What did it look like?
The sheets were off of it.
Okay, tell me about that.
Like, most of the time when she gets out of, like, when she gets home from, like, a flight or something, she gets into bed, like, from the airport, she's gonna wash the sheets the next day. So that's what I thought when I got home.
That she had woke up and...
Yeah, 'cause she was, yeah.
Stripping the bed or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah.
Okay. Are those sheets on the bed now, or
No, I don't think so.
are they still in the piles or whatever, like where she put them?
I think, cause I washed everything and I put, different sheets on there.
So where are the sheets? Oh, you washed those sheets, did you put them away in the closet or something, in the closet?
It should either be like right on the pile on the ground or something like that, right there.
In the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So you washed the sheets that were on the bed, or you left them there and just put on new sheets?
So I put on, I washed those sheets. I washed sheets that were on there, and they should still be in the room.
Oh, clean, like,
Yeah.
In a pile or
Yeah.
whatever? Okay, okay.
Yeah, but I put like ones that were in the closet in there. Ones that were already clean, like I wanted to just make the bed anyways.
Okay, so the bed's made now?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. So when you slept on the bed Monday night, it had new sheets from you changing it, or?
So Monday, yeah, like when I slept there Monday night, yeah, there was new sheets on there.
Okay, because the bed was already stripped?
Yeah.
When you got in or whatever?
Yeah.
Anything else that was odd? I know you said there were some things missing from the kids' rooms, or their blankets?
Blankets. Yeah,
Okay.
blankets.
What do you think about that?
I mean, that's what kids always take with them.
Like, even to go, like, if you...
Yeah,
went
like if
to-
we went, if like Cece, she wants that Yankee blanket, and Bella like wants her blanket, especially if she feels like, you know, we tell her like leave it at the house now, she's getting old enough. But
So like if you're going to Target or run errands, like, are they taking their stuff with them?
Bella will, well, Cece definitely will have that Yankee blanket, and sometimes she wants her little, that dog that like makes cooling sounds and whatnot.
Okay, and that's gone, you said, right?
Yeah.
That dog?
Yeah, but Bella's cat's still there.
Was she as attached to the cat as Cece was to the dog?
Not as much.
Not as much. Okay, anything else missing, weird? What about, the pajamas that they were in, that you put them in after they showered, the nightgowns or whatever? Are those at the house?
I didn't see those. I mean, there's still, there's dirty laundry in there from the kids,
Okay,
but I didn't see those in per se. I didn't see those, and then there's some nightgowns in there, but I didn't see those. Not the ones I described to you.
okay. Okay. So obviously, you know, you've had a lot of time to think about this stuff, and, just talking to me, like, what are your thoughts? Like, what are you thinking right now as far as, you know, what's happened, or?
Like the first day, I thought she was with somebody. I thought, she's at a friend's house and she's just decompressing, whatnot.
Mhm.
But now, after yesterday and now today, it's I feel like she's not safe. I feel like either she is in trouble or somebody has hurt her and the kids, and we can't find them. We don't know where they are.
So if I ask you on the polygraph test if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance, can you pass that
Yes.
question?
Yeah.
What do you think I mean by that when I'm asking you if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance? What does that mean to you?
If you ask me that, I feel like you're asking me, did I have anything to do with it myself, or did I help somebody do it? And I had no part in any of that.
And I know it's totally awful to think about, but what are ways, because I need to make sure that you know what I'm talking about, what are ways that you can make someone disappear?
I mean, if you're talking about what I've seen on the movies, or how people, if you read about other people, I mean you hire somebody.
Like a hitman?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
Nope, that's what I want, because I want you to go through all of these scenarios in your head, because I want you to know for sure what I'm talking about when I say that, asking you if you physically caused her disappearance.
Okay, you'd hire somebody, or you'd have somebody that would do it. I mean, it's hard. It's a hard question to answer.
And I know this stuff,
It's a hard question to answer.
Right.
Because it had nothing to do with this disappearance.
Right.
But I don't even want to think about if you're asking me like how I would do it, it's like
No, anyone, like how would anyone cause someone else's disappearance?
I mean, you would, like I said, like
You could cause someone's disappearance by murdering them. Would
Yes.
you agree with that?
Yes.
So what different physical ways could you cause someone's disappearance through murder? You could stab someone,
Stab
right?
someone, shoot someone, hit them with a blunt object. What else is there? I mean, use a weapon like gun or a knife. I mean,
Okay.
you could.
You could smother someone.
Smother someone.
You could strangle someone.
Hang someone. I mean, yeah, you can, all that kind of things. I mean, it's hard to even think about that kind of stuff right now.
Mhm. So you could strangle someone. You could drown someone.
Yeah.
You could shock someone to death. You could burn someone alive. What other ways can you think of?
As far as like lure them into a trap, I guess.
So what do you mean? What?
Like, you know, like have somebody waiting like around the corner and like, you know,
Sure.
a accident that happens, hit by a car, I mean, something like that.
Sure.
Like, I don't want to say the same thing there, but,
You could kidnap them and take them and lock them up in a basement somewhere,
yeah.
or you know what I mean. They could still be alive, but you
like,
were.
you're like torturing. So you could, like I said, take them somewhere, torture them, and let them sit there without food or water.
Mhm. Or even kidnap them and leave them somewhere that they are, you know,
Yeah.
not being tortured.
Yeah.
Just that they can't get out, and you know, obviously they've disappeared because you've not allowed them to come back into society and have people see them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. What other ways could you make someone disappear?
Poison.
Okay. Yep.
Sorry, this is.
I know.
Like, no, that's the thing that you've already said that.
Which one are you
Like
using?
beat somebody, I guess, to the
To
point,
death?
like to the point where they're unconscious and they're in a coma.
Sure.
So
So if I ask you that question on the test, Chris, are you gonna have any issue with that? About you
like,
physically causing
going through every
someone's
single one of those.
disappearance? Yeah, like that would be a way you
Okay.
could cause someone's disappearance.
Okay, no, I can definitely, like, I can pass, I mean,
I mean, you could murder them, you could kidnap them, you could take them to another country, you could, you know, bury them in your backyard,
Yeah.
you could do a million things
yeah,
as far as, trying to conceal them,
yeah,
right? So that no one can find them.
yes,
Cause at this point, she's gone,
yes.
and the girls are gone, like, we don't know where they're at, right?
Mhm.
So we're assuming the worst, but hoping the best, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I think that you're kind of in that spot too,
Yeah.
so, if I ask you that question, if you physically caused her disappearance, so when I say physically caused, I say it that way because I don't want you to feel, everyone has guilt, right? And I don't want you to feel like, you know what, I told her that I didn't wanna be with her anymore, so I probably caused her disappearance because she obviously took off with the girls, and because of what I told her, that I didn't wanna
Yeah,
be with her
I mean,
anymore.
that's why I feel like a jackass right now.
Right, so when I ask you the question on the test, I'm not asking you about guilt, I'm not asking you about, did you make her feel so horrible that she ended up leaving? I'm saying that you were the one that physically caused her to disappear.
Okay.
Either by murder, kidnapping, you know, all of those other things that
Okay.
we went through, okay?
You want me to list all those, like?
No,
one-
no, no, you're just
okay.
gonna say no to that question.
Okay.
Right, when I ask you if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance,
Okay.
your answer should be what?
No.
Right. So do you have any issues with that at all, and
No.
or have any question about what I would mean when I was,
No,
would be
that's
asking
total,
that
like, I
question?
just like going through all those that, that's
Right.
a lot to really think about.
Right. But
Like
that's-
trying to figure out like, that was.
It's a lot, but it's very simple.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't have anything to do physically
Yeah.
with her disappearance, maybe you pissed her off to the point that she ended up taking off with the kids, or maybe she became suicidal and, you know, offed herself somewhere that we just haven't found her yet.
Like, I feel like emotionally responsible, but I didn't physically
Right.
hurt her.
Exactly.
Or the kids.
Right. And that's what I want to ask you about.
Okay.
Okay? Just physically causing her disappearance.
Okay. And the
You
kids,
were the
right?
one directly.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you about Shanann.
Okay.
I think we can all assume that wherever Shanann is, the little girls are.
Yes.
So I'm just going to ask you about Shanann.
It's just loop the kids with it though, right?
What's that?
That's looping the kids with it though too, like everything's just kinda like, cause like when the FBI was asking me yesterday, he asked about the kids, but like,
Right.
he was looping Shanann in with it too.
Sure.
Okay.
So I want to know about Shanann.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you this test about Shanann.
Okay.
Okay? Like I said, obviously as investigators we can kind of assume that they're all together
Okay.
somewhere. But I'm going to ask you on the test about Shanann
Okay.
specifically.
Okay.
Okay? The next question I was going to ask you was, are you lying about the last time you saw her?
No.
And describe the last time that you saw her.
Last time I saw her, she was in bed after I had talked to her.
Okay? Alive?
I was laying in bed, like, she just physically laid in bed.
Okay. Was she crying still? Was she saying anything? Was she...
She had just told me she was gonna go to a friend's house with the kids and she'd be back later. And that
Okay.
was the last time I saw her.
So describe what she looked like. Was she like on her back, on her side?
On her side.
On her side?
On her right side.
Could you see her face?
Yes.
Okay, and what does her face look like?
She had mascara that kind of running down a little bit.
Okay, and that is,
She didn't take her makeup off before she went to bed that night.
okay.
Obviously, because
So to your knowledge,
that's the last time
that
I
is the
saw her.
last time you would have seen her?
Yes. And the last time I saw the kids was in the monitor as it was like
So
back and
obviously if
forth.
someone, you know, we have to talk about worst case scenarios. You know, if for some reason you murdered her, that would not have been the last time you saw her. Do you
I know.
agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. Because obviously she's not in the house, and if she got murdered in the house, she obviously got out of the house somehow.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So at some point, the person, if they did hurt her or murder her, they would have saw her again.
Yep.
Since she was laying in the bed crying or, you know, with her
Yep.
mascara running down or whatever. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. The last question I want to ask you is if you know where Shanann is now.
I do not.
Okay. Obviously, you know, you've talked to the police, you've helped with the missing person investigation. So this would be more like, you know, maybe Shanann did call you, you know, a couple nights ago, like, dude, just don't tell him, like, I just can't handle this right now, like, I just need to get away, like, just, you know, keep it on the down low, whatever. Maybe she told you that. Maybe if you were a person that murdered her, you obviously dumped her body somewhere or had someone else help you dump her body, you would know where that site was or where that place was. Does that make sense
Yes.
to you? So, again, asking you if you know where she is now. If the last time you saw her was when she was laying in bed, when she was alive and kind of having makeup run down her face, obviously that wouldn't be, you wouldn't know where she is, right? Because obviously right now we can't find her.
No.
Does that make sense to
Mhm.
you? Do all those questions make sense to you?
Yes.
So what would you answer to all of those questions?
Like, I had nothing to do with what's going on right now. I did not physically harm her.
Okay.
I did, last time I saw her was in bed, laying on her side with some mascara on her face after we had a conversation. And I do not know where she is right now.
Okay.
Those are the,
Yep.
okay.
So you nailed them perfectly. Who do you think would have hurt Shanann and the girls? Like, who do you think would have done something to them?
Honestly, it's like we've exhausted like every option that we have of people that know.
Like, even if it's kind of crazy, like, what is your one go-to, like, thought about what could have happened?
That it's somebody I don't know, and I don't know who they are or what they're about, and that they have her and the kids, and that they're not safe right now, and that they've been physically hurt.
Okay. So, obviously, like I said, we kind of have to expect the worst and hope for the best. If we do end up finding your wife and your two girls murdered, what do you think should happen to that person that would have done that?
The worst possible thing.
Like what?
I mean, it's either going to be like life in prison or the death penalty, isn't it? And that's the only two things you really can do. I think that's the only thing you really, that's the only penalty you have.
I mean, there's some people that are like, well, obviously that person's really screwed up and maybe they deserve some, you know.
Yeah, I just know because it's my wife and my kids, so like, from a neutral perspective, then it'd be different. But it's my wife and kids.
Right. Do you know anything else about, I mean, is there anything you haven't told detectives that you want to share with us today?
No, I mean, we've exhausted every option of trying to reach out to friends and family that may have seen her or heard from her. So it's like, we have like nothing really else to like go off of right now as far as like who could have her or where she could be.
Okay. I'm gonna have you take a bathroom break, because we've been in here quite a while. I need one as well. Let me find out which bathroom you're actually supposed to use. Hopefully one of them will come in here and help us figure out which bathroom. And then we're gonna come back in here, and then again, I'm gonna tell you how and why the polygraph works, and we're just gonna get kind of into the testing, if that's cool with you, okay? Because you already know what the questions are that I care about, so, okay? All right, so let me see if someone can direct you to a bathroom real quick. Why don't, hey Chris.
Yes.
Why don't you, I'll just take you out to the lobby, and then I'll just have you sit right there real quick, and then I'll come grab you.
So you have this here?
Oh, you can take it with you, whatever. Throw it in your pocket.
Wow. I do.
You know.
How's it going?
Gatorade?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I figured maybe you want some.
Water. Oh, maybe.
Maybe? Okay. Do you want a Mountain Dew?
Oh, no, no Mountain Dew.
You stay away from that
I
stuff?
haven't had a soda in like years.
Well, don't start now, right? Do you have any bad habits?
I used to, like Oreos and soda were my go-to.
During the pregnancy?
Yep.
What kind of soda did you like?
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew? See?
That's what I'm like.
Delicious. Everyone at work makes fun of me for drinking it.
No, like my favorite was like the Baja Blast Mountain Dew.
Oh, see, I didn't like that. Because don't they still have that at
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell?
That's where it was.
That's right.
Steak quesadilla and Mountain Dew Baja Blast was my go-to.
Let's go over the questions that are going to be on the test. Is that cool with you?
Yeah.
Just so you know the words to all the questions and there's no surprises and that kind of stuff, okay? And then we'll...
Am I allowed to like breathe like during this?
Yeah, I'll explain all of that to you. It's, you're obviously still a person and you still have functions that have to go on for you to be alive, so yes, you'll be able to breathe, and we just don't want you to move a bunch during the test, and I'll explain that to you. And it's for very short periods of time, and I have no doubt, being a healthy guy like you are, that you'll have no problem doing that.
Okay.
Okay. I've had like 15-year-old boys up to like 85-year-old men that are able to sit still just during the polygraph, so.
Okay.
I have no doubt someone like you is more than able to sit still.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go over the questions that are going to be on the test. Like I said, I'm going to tell you every single question. There's not a question I'm just going to add, you know, for the thrill of it or anything like that. You're going to know all the words. So the first question that's going to be on the test is going to be regarding Shanann's disappearance. Do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Okay. And you're only going to get to answer yes or no to these questions, okay?
Oh, okay.
So it's easy because, you know, there should be no question in your mind whether you need to answer yes or no to the questions, okay? So the first relevant question that I'm going to ask that we had already gone over is going to be, did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
And I'm saying her name right?
Yep.
Right, okay. And then do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Okay, so those are the three that we'd already discussed before, right? So physically causing someone's disappearance is either, you know, obviously harming them to the point where they, you know, are either dead or can no longer function out, you know, or maybe you left them for dead, you know, in some field somewhere or something like that. So maybe they weren't actually deceased, but, you know, that you would have been the direct cause of their disappearance, okay? So that makes sense to you? Okay. And then obviously, lying about the last thing you saw her, that would be because maybe you helped someone or you did it yourself or something like that, and then you helped dispose of them or put them somewhere or lock them up somewhere or whatever, okay?
Okay.
And then knowing where she is now. And again, that would be either some kind of direct knowledge, like you either saw it, you did it, you know where you put them, or someone told you where they are, something like that. Or if Shanann called you and said, this is where I'm at, but you haven't told the police that kind of stuff, okay? Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. So you're going to be taking what's called a directed lie polygraph. So what that means is there are going to be questions on the test where I want you to lie. Because I want to see what your body looks like when you tell a lie on the test.
Okay.
I know it seems kind of weird, but you're going to know which questions these are, and they're going to be easy to answer. So it's gonna be like, they're all gonna start with before 2018. So this first one is before 2018. Did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about? We've all lost our temper with someone we've cared about in our life. So I want you to think about, you don't have to tell me what it is, but I want you to actually have that moment in your mind when you actually lost your temper with someone you cared about.
Okay.
Whether it was with Shanann, whether it was with your parents, whether it was with your children, I mean, it could be with anyone, but it was
So you
a
want me
time.
to say no to that one?
Yes, so you're gonna actually lie to that question, since we
Okay.
all have lost our temper with someone we've cared about
Okay.
before. So I'm gonna say before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about? And you're gonna say,
No.
because you're telling a
Lie.
awesome. The next one of those, because there's only 3 of those, the next one's gonna be before 2018. Remember, it's all gonna start with that, before 2018. If you ever hear that on the test, that is your clue to go, crap, this is a question I have to lie to on the test, okay?
Okay.
So this one's gonna be before 2018. Did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
It's gonna be,
Well, we've all said something
Yeah,
out of anger
okay.
to a loved one, but
So it's
I
gonna be
want you
no.
to take a minute and actually think of a time when you've actually said something out of anger to a loved one. You have
Okay.
something in your head?
yeah.
Okay. And I want you to actually think of that when you answer this question on the test, okay? So again, before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one? You're gonna say,
No.
because you're telling a
Lie.
awesome. The last one is before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them? Not that you actually hurt them, but that maybe they pissed you off so bad, you know, that you were like, oh, I can punch that guy in the face right now, or, you know, whatever. Not that you actually ended up even hurting anyone, but that you ever thought about hurting someone to get even with them. So I want you to take a moment and think about a time, and just make sure that you do have something in your head.
Okay.
Got it? So when I ask you this question on the test, before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them? You're gonna say,
No.
because you're telling a
Lie.
awesome. The next questions are what we call known truth questions. They're gonna be really easy to answer. So it's gonna be, is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Good. Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Are you now sitting down?
Yes.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
Do you understand that I will only ask you the questions we have discussed? That's the last
Yes.
question. Okay. So we just went through every single question on the test.
Okay.
So the only questions that you'll hear come out of my mouth. Okay? So let me go through those one more time, and you just say yes or no how you would answer them on the test, okay?
Okay.
Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about?
No.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
No.
Before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them?
No.
Okay. Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Are you now sitting down?
Yes.
Are the lights on in this room?
Yes.
Do you understand that I will only ask you the questions that we have discussed?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Any of those questions give you any heartburn or make you go, well?
Just my heart's kind of still like is this whole like
Right, right. And this is not a process that where you shouldn't be nervous, so
Yeah.
that is to be expected. That's
Yeah.
totally fine. And like I told you before, that's not going to cause you to fail the test or anything like that, because
Okay.
no one would take the test if that's what it went off of, okay?
Okay. This is what I feel right now. So it's like I don't know
Did you do any research on polygraph or
No,
anything like that? Okay.
No, I don't. All I know is when I see it on TV, all I see is this right here, and then like that, and then like that. It's like you just judge it off your heart rate, or what is the deal?
Yeah, and I'll explain all those components that I'm gonna put on you.
So I know
Here.
I came in here, my heart's going a million miles a minute, and it hasn't stopped.
Yeah, so, and you'll notice too, that, the second I put all the components on you, that's when it really feels like, oh shit, it just got real. Like, that's just, everyone has that oh shit moment, right, when everything gets attached, because
Yeah.
then you're like, oh crap. So, I promise I will get you through this, okay?
Okay.
Give me just one sec. Have you, ever been pulled over before?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Had a Mustang.
Oh, I bet you were pulled over a lot.
For a handful.
Okay, so I kind of explained polygraph in a way that makes the most sense to me, so I just assume it makes the most sense to other people, okay? So just bear with me. I like to ask people about a time that they got pulled over, you know, and how they felt when they realized they were getting pulled over by the police. You know, that moment when you're cresting a hill, you see a cop on the side of the road, or you know, you go around a corner, there's a cop there, or all of a sudden you see red and blue flashing lights in the rearview mirror. And I usually ask people, I'm like, just describe how you felt when you realized you were getting pulled over by the police. And it's kind of right now. It feels, you know, most people have the heart beating out of the chest, they kind of start hyperventilating, some people get mad, some people get sad. Well, all the things that are happening inside your body when you realize you're getting pulled over by the police are actually being regulated by your autonomic nervous system.
Okay.
Excuse me. It kind of sounds like automatic, because that's basically what it is. Whenever your brain senses that you're in a stressful or threatening situation, it automatically kicks in these physiological changes inside your body because it thinks it needs to help keep you alive, okay? Have you heard of fight, flight, or freeze before? So, excuse me, Chris, you're walking in the woods, you hear a bear growl, you're either going to fight the bear, you're going to freeze, or you're going to run away. Okay?
Yeah.
It's kind of your brain going, you're in overload right now, you can't really process what's happening. So I'm going to give you 3 options to help keep you alive, okay? So a lot of people are like, well, what the hell does that have to do with telling a lie? Well, I'm sure you would agree from a very young age, your father taught you, you know, that it's wrong to lie, cheat, or steal. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that there's consequences when you lie, cheat, or steal. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So if I ask you a question, Chris, and I say, did you do whatever, and the word no comes out of your mouth, your brain will automatically sense that as a stressful or threatening situation because it knows there's consequences with that lie you just told. The severity of it really doesn't matter to your brain. I mean, you could get grounded Friday night, or you could spend the rest of your life in prison. Your brain really can't really differentiate between the severity of the consequence. It just knows, holy cow, you told a lie, there's consequences with those lies, and it starts those same physiological changes inside your body, okay? The same things that were happening when you heard the bear growl in the woods, and the same things that were happening when you realized you were getting pulled over by the police, okay?
Okay.
So the awesome thing about the polygraph is I get to measure what's going on inside your body when you're answering questions on the test, okay? And I do that by attaching these components to you, okay? And I'll explain those here in just a minute. And I've already told you on the test, like, you're going to have questions on the test where I know you're telling a truth. Like, is your name first name Christopher? And I have questions on the test where I know you're telling a lie about hurting, ever saying anything to hurt a loved one, or, you know, those types of questions. So I get to see what your body looks like on the inside when I know you're telling a truth, and I know you're telling a lie, and then I get to compare that to the relevant questions about the, if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance, are you lying about the last thing you saw her, and if you know where she is now. And I get to compare those to those questions. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I felt, I don't know, it was just, the heartbeat thing, that's the only thing that I thought it was measured off of.
No, and just so you know, like, a lot of people are like, well, my heart's beating out of my chest. You are your own baseline. Like, I'm not comparing you against the guy I did last week, or, you know, someone I did 10 months ago. So if your heartbeat is up here, that's just where you're at. Like, that's your baseline for me today, okay? And then when you react, you're just going to react up here. Someone who's a little more calm, or, you know, maybe their heart's obviously not beating as fast, their baseline's maybe going to be down here, but they're going to have that same reaction. Does that make sense? So you're both going to have the same reaction, you're just going to have different baselines, okay? So I'm going to explain to you the components as I'm putting them on, because I think it makes the most sense, but I do need to kind of move your chair a little bit, and I'm going to actually have you, can we set these down on the floor like next to you? Is that cool? I'm going to move your water just a little bit, just because I'm going to put your arm up here in just a minute.
Okay.
And you can have a seat back
Okay.
there. So the first thing that we're going to put on, Chris, is, these are called pneumograph tubes.
Okay.
The blue one's going to go kind of down by your belly. The
Okay.
silver one goes up a little higher underneath your armpits, okay? These are going to measure involuntary movements in your chest cavity during the test, okay? So what I need you to do is put your hands together like you're diving in a swimming pool. Put your wrist on top of your head. On top of your head.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then just lean forward slightly so your back's off the back of the chair. Perfect. And I'll try not to laugh you in the face. And if at any time like this feels too tight or whatever, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
And I can adjust it for you. Pretty skinny though, so I want to make sure it's not going to fall down too far. And put your hands up, I'm going to do the silver one. Does it feel like it's too tight or does it feel okay?
Okay.
Okay. Got the right toe. The next thing we use, you can put your hands down,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Chris is a blood pressure cuff.
Okay.
This is the same kind of blood pressure cuff you would find in a doctor's office. Obviously, they're trying to get your blood pressure when you're in there. I use this to measure the rate of blood flow through your body during the test. And we've actually found it's much more, we get a much better reading if we put it on your calf instead of your arm. So are you okay if we put it on your calf? So just go and put that leg just straight up in the air for me. Go ahead and put it down. The only thing about doing it on the calf is we just have to make sure we don't step on it and it doesn't rub against the back, which I think you'll be fine. And just make sure we don't step on the cord, okay? And then the last thing we use, these are called electrodermal activity plates. In layman's terms, they're just going to measure your sweat gland activity during the test, okay? And that's why I need your arm. Maybe, I should scoot you back just a tad, so. Good one, okay. Just go ahead and spread your fingers out for me. You can put them up just a little bit. There you go. Did you know we use these?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I know you use these.
Right. That's usually all people see. Sometimes the blood pressure cuff. And with these, like during the test, the important thing about those is that we just want to just kind of leave your hand kind of dead on the table. We don't want to push down, we don't want to pull up, anything like that. So you're just going to be completely flat on the table and just kind of let your arm go limp and your hand go limp, okay? During the testing.
Okay.
Right now you can move around, you can put it in your lap, whatever, it's not going to hurt it.
Yeah.
Do you want some more water?
I'll be okay right now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be good. What's the mat for?
The what?
The mat, that's the one?
Oh, sorry. We're going to discuss that. So
Okay.
that's a motion sensor mat. What that does is obviously detect motion and movement in your body. So that's how important it will be that you remain completely still during the testing. If you move your little toe, I mean, as you know, it's lifting weights and stuff, everything happens from your core. You move your little toe, obviously it's going to register on my seat pad. So it's very, very sensitive, so that's how important it's going to be that you remain completely still.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm probably getting the best position I can right now, I'm not like all over the place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your feet just flat when you can get it. So we're going to go over a
I can
practice
breathe,
test.
like this, like, I can breathe, and everything's good?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, we're good. I just wanna make sure.
Here's what it's kind of sideways, actually. Oops, can you try not to suck in a little bit. There we go. It's kind of cockeyed there. It'll be better for your shirt. Is that too tight now?
No,
Or is that okay?
it's tighter, but.
It was too loose before, but.
Yeah, that's, we're good.
You sure?
Yeah, it's tight, but it's good.
Okay. So we're gonna go over a pre-test now.
Okay.
And then I'll explain how I need you to sit still and all that, and then we'll get into the actual testing, okay?
Alright.
So this is what we call a directed lie practice test, okay? And I'm going to move my chair over here. So obviously a directed lie practice test kind of gives you an indication that I probably want you to lie on the practice test, right? I don't want you to lie yet. I will tell you at that point that I want you to lie, okay?
Okay.
How many numbers do you see on this piece of paper?
4.
Which one's missing?
3.
I want you to write the number 3 on the line where it's missing, okay?
Okay.
And you can use your right or your left hand. Are you right-handed or
Yeah.
left-handed?
Right-handed.
Okay.
I'll just.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Okay.
take a lifetime.
So this is the directed live practice test. So what that means is I'm going to ask you if you wrote every single number on this piece of paper. Okay?
Okay.
I want you to be truthful to all the numbers, but I want you to lie to when I ask you if you wrote the number 3. Because
Okay.
you really did write the number 3, but I want you to say no, that you did not. I want you to lie to me, okay?
Okay.
So let's practice that. Regarding that number you wrote on the piece of paper, did you write the number 1?
No.
Did you write the number 2?
No.
Good. Did you write the number 3?
Yes. No, I didn't.
No. You're lying to that one.
Okay, I didn't write.
That's okay. All right, did you write the number 4?
No.
Did you write the number 5?
No.
Okay, so let's do that. Try that one more time, okay? Regarding the number on the piece of paper, did you write the number 1?
No.
Did you write the number 2?
No.
Did you write the number 3?
No.
Good. Did you write the number 4?
No.
Did you write the number 5?
No.
Good. So in essence, you're saying no to every single number that I asked you about if you wrote, but obviously you're lying when you say you didn't write the number
Okay.
3 because we just both watched you write the number 3, okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Okay, so during the testing, I'm going to leave this right here. You need to look in the area of this clipboard. You can't look side to side, up, down, wherever Chris wants to look. You don't have to fixate on the number 3, but you're going to be looking basically in this general area right here, okay?
Okay.
You do have to remain completely still. There's no coughing, belching, sneezing, sniffling, anything like that during the test, okay?
Just breathe it.
What's that?
Just breathing.
Just, yes. I need you to breathe, so it keeps you alive, yes. So, you need to remain, a lot of people are like, well, I didn't know how to be still like a statue. You pretty much have to be still like a statue. Like I said, it's for very short periods of time.
Okay.
I will, if for some reason I have to give you an instruction during the test, like maybe you're moving your little finger and you don't even notice it because it's kind of like a little thing that you're doing and you don't really realize you're doing it, just fix whatever I've asked you to fix and do not go, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, do not apologize, do not move, do not do anything. I'll know already that you feel horrible about what you just did. I just don't need you to acknowledge it, okay? I just need you to actually fix whatever I asked you to fix. Like, see, you just picked up your finger over there. If I say don't move your finger, I don't need you to go, I'm so sorry, and you know, that kind of stuff.
Involuntary, sorry.
Exactly. So, and that's totally fine. I'm just saying, if I point something out like that, just stop doing whatever I'm asking you to do, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
During the test, you cannot look at me. I will be staring at you just to make sure all the components are staying where they're supposed to. I know it feels super creepy to have someone staring at you when you can't stare back.
No, that's fine.
But that's just kind of the name of the game today.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, like, I'll try not to sneeze or burp or anything like that.
Yeah.
Or laugh or anything like this right here, so.
Can you put your whole hand on the table? Is that okay for
Yeah.
you? Does that cause you any?
No, I just
Oh.
want to make sure they can get in that way.
Yeah, no, you're good. If you could just stick your whole hand on there just so I could see it, that'd be perfect. There is no talking during the test. The only talking you have to do is to say yes or no. Sometimes people have a problem. Can you look at me right now?
Oh, sorry, I'm just
No,
practicing.
you're
I'm
like,
practicing.
you're like in the zone.
I'm practicing for it.
That's okay. So when I ask you a question and a lot of people have, an automatic reaction, go yes, no. They move their head.
Yeah.
So just be conscious about the fact that your whole body, including your head, needs to be completely still. The only movement that's actually going to happen from your body is your mouth to open to say yes or no. But your head should stay still. So if I tell you, if I have to give you an instruction like stop nodding your head or something like that, just stop and just open your mouth and say the word instead of moving your head, okay? Does that make sense? And like I said, I know most people don't do that on purpose and they're not realizing that they're doing it until I point it out to them. So if I do that, just see if you can fix that for me, okay?
Okay.
There is no air in your cuff right now. I will over-inflate your cuff when we start. It will feel like your leg's going to fall off for just a brief second.
Okay.
And then I let almost all the air out, and then I pump it up about halfway. And that just gets all the air bubbles out for me and gives me a nice clean reading on the chart, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
That's it.
Okay, so make sure that, also that I ask the question in its entirety before you answer.
Okay.
Especially with the numbers, people already know what number's coming next, so sometimes I'll say, did you write the number? No. And they cut me off. There has to be a delineation between the time I end the question and the time you answer, so just make sure that you're not doing that for me, okay?
Okay.
So give me 1 second, I have to make a file name here.
5/16/85.
So I will tell you when the test is going to begin, and then I will tell you when the test is going to end. Don't move in between that time, and then I will tell you at the end when it's okay for you to move around and relax, okay?
Okay.
So just stay completely like you are until I tell you that it's okay, okay?
Okay.
Does that bother you?
No, I'm just trying to keep, I'm like stressing my fingers out.
Yeah, don't, just like seriously, just kind of like your hand is on your lap, just lay your hand right there.
Okay. These are allowed just they need to be at least flat though, right?
I mean, it just like lay on the table.
Alright.
So, do they not, would they not normally be touching?
Well, it's just like, I don't know. It's fine.
Okay. And again, you're going to be looking straight ahead. And just make sure you don't move, okay?
Okay.
The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Regarding what number you wrote on the piece of paper, did you write the number 1?
No.
Did you write the number 2?
No.
Did you write the number 3?
No.
Did you write the number 4?
No.
Did you write the number 5?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. Okay, you can relax. How'd you feel? You did great.
That was...
You remembered to lie and everything. That was awesome.
That was...
So,
Yeah.
you obviously are a really bad liar. Have people told you that before? Like, the second you tell a lie, like, they can tell, like, on your face that... Because the second you lied to the number 3, like, I don't know if you heard me clicking, but I had to, like, turn down the sensitivity because you were starting to go off the page. So, that is what I need to see as a polygrapher, because that tells me that you know it's wrong to tell a lie. and you're actually having a significant reaction when you lie, so that is awesome. So thank you for being a horrible
Okay,
liar.
I didn't
No,
feel
that's a
like
good
that.
thing. That's a good thing. We don't want to be good liars, so thank you for being a horrible liar. And that just shows me that, you know, obviously on the test when we're asking, you know, significant stuff about your wife, if you're lying to that, it's going to be even 10 times more amplified. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much, more than you know. So that was awesome. So let me get the questions to the test up. If you want to take a drink of your water, just to kind of...
You're fine.
You're good?
Yep.
Okay. So do you have any other questions about the questions of the test? Okay. So we're going to ask these sets of questions. We have to ask them at least 3 times, so we call them charts. So we have to do at least 3 charts. We can do up to 5 charts depending on, you know, if you're not giving me good data for some reason, or you're moving or something like that, we could do up to 5 charts, okay? So hopefully we'll get them done in 3. That's what my hope is. And I imagine we will get them done in 3, so, okay? And the coolest thing about this is right now, there's only one person in this room that knows what the truth is. And in about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. So that's the coolest part, okay? And then I can go share that with them out there, okay?
Okay.
So do you don't have any other questions or anything?
No.
Perfect. So you don't want to take a sip before we start?
Oh well. Make my heart rate off the scales.
That's all right. I told you you're creating your own baseline, so you're good.
Okay.
No problem. Okay, so you let me know when you're ready to begin. During this part of the test, I want you to focus on the back of the chair, okay? Not looking up, down,
Okay.
side to side, anything like that. I want you
Was
to...
I doing that?
Nope, you did
Okay.
great. But obviously the clipboard is gone now, so your area of focus is going to be like in this area, okay?
Okay.
Don't like focus on something so intense that you end up, you know, kind of going cross-eyed. Like, just make sure you don't do that, okay? Just kind of look around, like right in that area, okay? Do you remember those questions that you have to lie to?
And before 2018?
Right. And you remember you're going to tell a lie to those questions?
Yes.
You're going to say no?
I'm going to
You're
say
gonna
no
tell a
to
lie?
anything that says before 2018, as regards to before 2018.
Right. And you're going to think about the lies
Yeah.
you're telling, right?
Yeah, after you ask the full question, yes.
Yep, perfect. All right, you ready?
Let's do it.
Okay, stay still. Stay still. The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand I will only ask you the questions we have discussed?
Yes.
Your hand still? Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Just breathe normal. Before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about?
No.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them?
No.
Just breathe normal. Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. And relax. How do you feel?
Horrible.
Horrible?
Nervous.
Yeah?
Just like trying to look at something without nothing there.
the chair thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, it gets kind of weird, like, that's why I always tell people not to
I
start
felt like I was just,
that side.
I don't know, on feet and trying to keep everything still.
Do you feel like you're in a good position right now as
Yeah.
far as how
I
you're
just-
sitting and that
yeah,
kind of
I
stuff?
feel like it's okay.
Okay.
Just not used to this.
Do you have any issues with the questions as far as you physically causing Shanann's disappearance? Is there anything that you are like, I don't like how that question's, worded, maybe,
No.
or does it cause you, or you know exactly what I'm talking about?
I
and
know,
what I mean?
I'm there.
Okay, and as far as, the last time you saw her, talking about in the bed,
Yeah.
when you saw her makeup coming down her face, and then if you know where she is now,
Yeah.
having direct knowledge of where
Mhm.
she would be at this moment. Okay? Okay. So, do you wanna take some drink of water, or are you ready to start the second chart?
I'll take some water.
Okay. You probably want that Mountain Dew now,
Mm.
don't you?
I made everything, like, stable.
Yeah. You feel good like that?
Yep, I'm pretty good.
Get away there, but. Ready?
Yep.
I'm gonna move this up just a tad. There we go. During this test, on the last test, you're breathing really funky, so please just try and do normal breaths, okay? We can't have deep breaths or,
Oh,
stuff
like
like
deep
that.
breath? Okay,
Mhm.
sorry.
So that's okay, just breathe as normal as possible, okay?
Okay,
During the
I'll
whole
get
test.
some, I'll get some, okay.
Yeah. All right, you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Is this bothering you? Touching
No,
your
you're fine,
arm?
I just trying to get my hand the way right.
Okay. We're gonna get started, so stay still. The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand that I will only ask you the questions we have discussed?
Yes.
Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about?
No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
No.
It's pretty normal. Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. You can relax. I think we should be able to get in one more chart, but I really need your breathing to be normal.
Okay,
You are like all
sorry.
over the place, so.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Like sometimes I feel like I'm not breathing enough, and I'm like like that. I don't want to do that. So.
Yeah, yeah. I just need it as normal as possible and not
Okay.
fluctuated, okay?
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I just want to be able to get it done for you in one more chart instead of 3 more. So,
I
yeah.
don't want that. No, you don't want that.
And tell me when you... Okay, I know I sound like a broken record, but I have to ask you again. Any
Okay.
issues with those questions on the test?
No.
You know exactly what I mean when I ask you
Yeah.
about physically causing your disappearance, last time you saw Shanann, and if you know where she is now.
Okay.
No question about those?
No.
Okay. Still good?
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
We're gonna get started, so stay still.
Do you think breathing through the nose or breathing through the mouth matters?
It doesn't matter, just breathe normal. Stay still. The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you understand I will only ask you the questions we have discussed?
Yes.
Breathe normal. Regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever say anything out of anger to a loved one?
Yes. No.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Are you now in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Before 2018, have you ever wanted to hurt someone to get even with them?
No.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Is your first name Christopher?
Yes.
Before 2018, did you ever lose your temper with someone you cared about?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Portion of the test is complete. Please remain still while I take the instrument out of operation. Alright, how'd you feel? Same as all of it?
I think it was the same through everything.
For you.
It's kind of hard to relax.
I
honestly.
know, I get it. And stick that leg straight up for me.
I just feel like my feet like sweating through my.
Right. You have flip-flops on.
I don't know. I'm a hot person.
Can you put your arms up like you had them before for me? Perfect. So I need to go grade this.
Okay.
So I will. Do you need to use the restroom or anything again?
I'm good right now.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna take them out and do with me.
Okay.
Are you good with your water? Or you want another drink?
I'll just.
Grab a Gatorade?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Can we get that door? Or you're good? Okay.
I got it, thank you.
Yep.
Remember what I told you about technology? My computer just died, so.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab my power cord real quick.
Okay.
Do you have any crackers or anything?
No, I'm fine.
Are you sure? Okay. Sorry,
Hi,
my
sorry.
computer was being a
You're fine.
turd.
Trust me.
I'm just gonna pack this up, and then, the FBI guy, Graham,
Okay.
that you've been talking to, he's gonna come in and we're gonna chat, okay?
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yep.
You need anything? Crackers, water, Mountain Dew? I totally will give you a Mountain Dew.
I'm good.
Ruin that streak for ya.
Can't break that streak.
No restroom or anything?
Not right now.
Okay.
My dad out there, is he leave?
I bet, Graham knows.
Okay.
I'm not even sure. I'm sure he'll tell us. We come packing hard, so takes a while to pack all this stuff up.
Okay. You want me to turn my thumbs on now or just leave them be?
It's up to you. If you want to, that's fine.
Tell her,
Can
her
I,
mom probably tried calling me
Oh,
probably
yeah.
at least 5, 6
I
times.
think she's called the detective quite a few times too.
Okay.
I don't blame her.
So,
Did she know you were coming in here today? No. Who knew you were coming in today? Did she know?
Nick and Amanda, 'cause I was at their house, and then my dad.
Oh, okay. What'd your dad say about it?
So just do, do what they ask. Just ask like whatever questions they have. Just do what they ask.
Mhm.
That's my favorite
And you
picture.
did.
This is my
Oh, let me see.
favorite picture.
Oh my god. They're adorable. They're way bigger than I thought. I think I saw a picture of them on the news and they were much tinier.
Which
I don't know if they were the family photo or maybe.
okay, that was
A while ago?
that was this year.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, they looked so much smaller.
There's no trash can in here.
Oh, that's okay, I'll take them out. Do you want another one?
Oh no, they're fine.
Okay. I'm just gonna grab that pad that you're sitting on.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry.
When I even tried to turn my phone on, there's like no service in here.
I
Oh, my work phone, yes, because it's Verizon, but
Oh.
AT&T's like dead over here.
You still getting stuff from work, like, you need to be doing this or that?
No, just everybody's checked out now, as far as for the day.
Do they tell you that, like, when
Well,
you check out?
we have a group me app,
Oh, uh-huh.
so like, like I usually send out a text about 1:30, so everybody's doing. And about 2:30, the domino starts to fall, people start to check out and everything. There's always that one person that's like, like, all right, do I check out now or wait? I don't be the first one to leave and all that kind of stuff, so.
Do they feel bad if they're the first ones to leave?
One of the guys usually does, but there's always one guy that likes to stay and try to justify overtime too.
Right.
But they've been very supportive.
Good.
Like there was
Then that lets you know that that's the place you should be working. You know?
yeah.
I think someone talked to Luke and he was like, you know what, family first, whatever, so it makes you feel good, that there's
Yeah.
bosses out there that are like that.
Yeah.
Because you don't always find those people.
Mhm.
I'm gonna run this stuff out real quick.
Okay.
Lots of junk in here. Did you miss a bunch of calls from Shanann?
I can't tell because
Oh.
there's no service. Once I get out of here, it'll probably just blow up.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, do that.